Look at that timing. Everybody was like scattered to the four winds, and then just as soon as we started, it's like everybody gets back in their seat, and Brady Bunch, here we go. All right, how's it going? It's Friday.
Woo!
Welcome.
Yes,
Welcome one and all to another thrilling episode of Ravenloft Domains of Dread here on Slices and Dices. I hope that you guys have all had an awesome week. I've had a really cool week, which was almost punctuated with catastrophic failure in the last 25 minutes from intrusions from the real world. So I decided to ignore that, much to other people's dismay and chagrin, and concentrate on everyone else. That is you people.
The real world is entirely overrated,
isn't it?
That's why we play D&D.
Isn't it though?
We live here now.
Isn't it? We live here now. No, you don't want to live here now. That's
No,
a bad
I
idea.
really don't.
That's a
Don't make
super
me live in
bad
Barovia.
idea. This is not domains of joy and happiness. This is domains of dread, girl.
Can we play that game next?
Sure.
Like that.
That
Okay.
Domains of joy.
Yeah.
Domains of
We'll
joy
just
and
call it.
happiness.
We'll just call it Adventure in the Feywild.
You
and
may
see what happens.
you may find that somewhat
Sure.
more disturbing as hordes of happy sunflowers jump smiling.
Eat your face.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Hi, how's it going?
Hello, you're so pretty. I want to eat your face.
Oh my God. So yeah, that's what's happening.
And suddenly she has an idea for another Dread campaign.
Ooh. See, this is what I do. One thing feeds into another, and then Sarah, right over
Still
there.
have to finish Olive Garden.
Just
still
take
have
it.
to finish Olive
I
Garden.
want to play that game
Yes.
so bad.
Same.
Olive Garden.
It's gonna happen.
What's the tagline of that one, Sarah?
It's called Olive. It's a Dread game, and it's called When You're Here, Your Family.
When you're here.
I was about to say. I was like, it should be
Your
when
family.
you're your family.
Shouldn't it be when there's fear, your family?
Ooh. Sarah.
Maybe, but like it really just all depends.
I don't know.
Because the whole thing about a horror movie is that the characters in a horror movie don't know they're in a horror movie when it starts.
That's why they always
True.
play the happy music at the beginning and at the end of every horror movie, and you're like, why am I being lulled into a false sense of security? And then bad.
Have you seen
Yes,
the
yes, I
menu?
am.
Have you seen the menu yet?
Yes,
Have not. No.
I have seen the
Oh,
menu.
it's good. It's really good. You should. Ray Fiennes just is all like, "Hello, here I am," and everybody's just like, "Okay, hi, Ray Fiennes,
It's
how you doing?"
really messed up. Amy Carrero.
I have not seen it.
Amy
I was
Carrero, who
unaware that
you
it was
may
a horror
know
movie.
also from Critical Role, is in the menu. Fantastic voice actor. Just actor in general, actually. But, I mean, a plethora of stars. But we're not here to talk about the menu. We're here to talk about who was on the menu last
we're
time.
Here to be the menu.
as Megan
There you
buttons up extra tall. Super extra tall. So, hey, everybody.
Ready?
Let's talk about what happened previously on Domains. Ravenloft. My God, I almost fucked up the name of that goddamn show. Previously on Ravenloft Domains of Dread. Arriving in the mist-laden and terrifying land of Barovia, you began your search for the missing members of the Order of the Guardians, as prescribed by Alinic Ray. Arriving at the small town of Krezk, you were all allowed entry after earning the townspeople's trust by performing tasks for the good of the community. You first attempted to reach out afterwards via magical message to Mikmick's wife to find out if she was still alive, and specifically if she was still at, from what I understand, the same address, and if she was well. However, Moynot's message was received by someone else entirely, with a somewhat cryptic and powerful demeanor and response. Mikmick subsequently was confronted with a mysterious visitor, the aforementioned and aforevisited Hooded One, who offered him a gift. But Mikmick chose not to take or accept this gift, resulting in the Hooded One's certain displeasure and all of you losing much of your health in a torrent of sick. It wasn't pleasant. But from this event, you all found out that the villagers sort of prostrated themselves and declared that the causer, the person who was behind all of this, was someone named the Devil Strahd, supposedly the evil ruler of these lands. Now, meeting shortly thereafter with the Burgomeister of Kresk, you learned that the previous adventurers had also stayed here in Kresk only days before and seemed to have had made notes about the surrounding countryside on a set of maps. On these maps, it seemed that these three members of the Order intended to set out for a place called the Amber Temple, high in the mountains to the south, where nary a Barovian would dare to enter. Leaving the town on the trail of these three, you traveled to the shores of a nearby lake, accepting the offerings of food and trade from a fur trader from the nearby town of Volaki. You moved towards the campsite, and in the gloom, were shocked to see that these traders had been set upon by a pack of blood-sucking fiends, including one with gaunt features and enormous fangs. And during the battle, this powerful vampire, unfortunately, drained our poor friend Mikmick dry and deposited his lifeless corpse on the ground as the mists rose around you. And just as it seemed that your doom was ensured, these vampires were swiftly dispatched within a matter of seconds by your would-be savior, someone who has introduced himself to you as Count Strahd von Zarovich. And that is where we begin tonight. Episode 30, I'll give you the title. It's pretty on the nose. The Darklord.
Oh,
Well then,
we're just not beating around the bush tonight.
not playing this one close to the vest at all.
I didn't get the chance to show the awesome art that you guys saw, but I want to show stream. So
yes.
let's just go over to where you guys are. Yeah, here we go.
I actually did think Stream did see it last
Stream
time.
did not see the art for Strahd.
I think they did. 'Cause I rewatched
Well,
it
he's
last
going to
night
show
on
it again
YouTube.
anyway.
I'll show it again.
Yes.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
show it.
Again,
We're setting the mood.
Hell yeah.
I don't need those years on my life. It's fine.
This is him.
It's fine.
There we go. Boom.
He's so much more attractive than I expected him to be.
Evil Elrond. That's all I see.
That's
Evil
right. You
Elrond,
called him
very
Evil
good.
Elrond, and I agree.
Yes.
Yeah. Hugo Weaving would be just spectacular casting.
He
He
would be.
would.
He would be.
Do you hear that, Hugo? Like, because I know you're watching.
Because, I mean, if you're not doing anything else, you should be watching this.
Exactly.
All right. So, Strahd stands over Mikmick's corpse and looks down at him and looks at the two of you in the mist and then out into the water. And I think Moynat, do you have dark vision? You have dark vision, right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So you can
Yes,
sort
I
of see. You can see that from your perspective, there's like a tent in the way, but you're able to hear a voice echoing out through the gloom. You're not able to quite see this figure, but you definitely hear the voice. Moreover, I think from your perspective, considering your line of sight,
Yes.
you see Mikmick's body.
Me and my mirror images, who are up for another couple of seconds,
Yeah.
will make our way onto shore. Slowly and warily.
Clank, who is still alive, despite the fact that his master is unfortunately dead. Sort of like, as far as I know, right? Your homunculus does not die, right?
Infusions technically end when you die.
Is that true?
They end
After
a certain
3
amount of
days.
time after.
After 3 days?
Days,
Depending on
that's
your-
right.
Okay.
That's right. That's right.
Let's
It
get
depends on your intelligence.
let's get the death clock on Clink. Clink sort of like shuffles over to Mikmick's body. And Clink looks like a pseudo dragon, right?
Yes.
So
It's clockwork pseudo
a clockwork pseudo dragon, that's right. Sort of like shuffles over and sort of curls up in a ball like a cat and lays on top of your body, Mikmick.
I was not ready for this emotional devastation right off the top.
And I just happen to have art of that.
Okay.
I mean, a clinker rolled up in a ball.
Yeah. Amnestria and Louisa, you're coated with blood. The creature that was in between the two of you lies in the curling mist at your ankles. And you see it's before your very eyes, you see it's like decomposing at a accelerated rate. Like the flesh is slowly beginning to wither. Its cheeks are going gaunt. The eyeballs are sinking back into the sockets. Its enormous canine fangs are sort of receding, so it has like these giant gums. And you're watching the skin and flesh just sort of stick to the bones like it's becoming mummified.
Does it look like Mikmick's body is doing the same? Or does he look...
You would need to get closer.
Alright, Louisa will... She'll do a wide circle. She's gonna go around this way. And just, like, still kind of keeping an eye on Strahd. She's just going to kneel down next to Mikmick and check for a pulse and like see if there's anything that can be done.
You kneel down to Mikmick. His eyes are staring just straight up. His mouth is hanging open. He has these 2 massive puncture wounds in his throat. And still lifeless. No pulse.
Do we have any potions? Does anyone have anything?
Strahd looks at you, Louisa, and he turns towards you. And he looks down at you. And when your eyes meet his, this just chill through your whole body. You've never experienced anything like it. It's like staring at your gravestone. And he says, I'm afraid that no potion will bring your friend back.
Going to misty step over to next to Louisa, just to be over here with her and just look at Mikmick and Strahd and Louisa, and he can come back, right? It's been me and Muadnhait did. He'll come back, right?
Strahd looks at you, Amnestria, and says, I'm understanding that wish your friend to be with you again. Yes?
I don't think he can't be gone.
Why?
Because we need him.
He looks down
Moynat
at
sort of
Mikmick.
pulls her eyes off of... Oh, sorry.
No, Moynat, you first, please.
So Moynat sort of pulls her eyes off of Strahd for the first time since she came out of the water and looks over to Amnestria and said, "The tiny one will make his choice just as I did. Just as you did. It is not for us to make for him."
Strahd sort of arches an eyebrow and says, "We all make our choices in life and in death. They define us."
Moynat gives him a smile when he says that. And takes a step closer and says, "So you with the devil they spoke of. Funny. You're not what I expected in a devil."
The people of this land have many misconceptions, many curious thoughts and beliefs. My presence here is not one of a fiend.
What are you then, if not a devil?
I am the land. I am this place. He opens his hands wide, gestures to the sky, to the forest around him. I and Barovia are one. We are eternal.
Take one step closer and say, "Pleased to meet you, Eternal One." And extend her hand to shake.
He has the barest hint of a grin in one corner of his mouth. And when he does, you see that his teeth are pearly white. Standing out against his pale skin, the only thing that separates them is this thin, crimson lip. And dark eyes that look down. Why not? You thought your eyes were dark. This guy's got pools of black that just go on and on and on. He takes your hand, and you notice that his hand is smooth. His grip is firm, but in a way, almost playful when he holds your hand. Graceful, for certain, as he lifts it and bends down, all the while keeping his eyes matched to yours. And sort of looks at your webbed fingers. And says, "The pleasure is mine." And then gently, like a butterfly, floating above your skin, gracefully washes over your hand with his lips in a kiss. And then floats your hand back to you.
And she will float it back to her side.
You get the feeling, or not, even though this attempt at noble gentility and perhaps even to some degree romance in a weird, strange, off-putting way is a facade. It's almost a mockery. This is not what should be.
Muadnhait is fascinated by this strange creature who has appeared before them. But she also is not buying any of his bullshit.
You don't need to, and nor does he expect you to, perhaps. He says, "You have been in my land for... a few days, perhaps 2. So, what is it that you seek here, besides death?"
Muadnhait sort of glances to the others. And to Mikmick on the ground. Forgive me if I'm a bit distracted. I'm waiting for something. And she turns her attention to Mikmick.
When you look down at Mikmick, you see that Strahd sort of moves away from you entirely, almost like he's just sort of done playing with his dolls, in a way. He's sort of like, and walks around the body of Mikmick and sort of over to you, Louisa, and says, "How interesting. You are a member of the Lost, are you not?"
I'm sure I don't know what you mean.
He looks at you and begins to smile and says, "Of course you don't. What a shame. What do you seek here?"
Nothing you can give me.
You would be surprised what I can give you. But so be it. And now the last. He sort of gracefully floats around to Amnestria. You are a hunter. Yes?
Yes, I am. Why do you ask? For that matter, why did you save us?
He doesn't answer you. He just sort of stares at you, Amnestria. He says, "Hunters often become that which they most fear eventually. Be wary, hunter. I have known many in my time. And then he sort of walks around you, looking you up and down, and says, You have a scent about you." He sort of like sniffs your air. Yes. Yes. Very familiar. You have tried to hide it, but I recognize it all too well.
I'm sorry. Try to add what exactly?
You have the scent of an old friend on you.
Okay. I'm not really sure what you mean. I'm not from this place.
That is very clear. And he sort of chuckles under his, in his throat.
Wait. Do you mean we had a friend from here and he's no longer with us?
No. This one is my own. The one who I will come to see die at my own hands one day. You smell of him.
I'm not quite sure who you're talking about, I'm afraid.
And he sort of takes his hand and sort of places it at about head height for you, Amnestria. And the mists travel up his arm and sort of almost come out like waves from his hand. And he sort of cocks his head at a strange angle. No. You do not. Fascinating.
Right. I'm not quite sure what that means, but,
Time will tell, as it does with all things. He sort of arches an eyebrow and then cocks his head, moves in the direction of Mikmick, and says, This one. Yes. This one. It is time. And he places his hand over Mikmick's body. The mists begin to coalesce around Mikmick. You are all watching a veritable whirlpool of mist just undulate and move and writhe around Mikmick's body. He says, "Be very still in the next few moments. It will matter much." Mikmick. The last thing that you remembered before everything turned to blackness was a searing pain in your neck. Like a lightning bolt going through your whole body. You heard your heart beating as fast as it ever has inside of your breast. And instead of making that organic thump 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 sound, you heard and you heard that mechanism beginning to stall. And slow down, the gears ratcheting your internals, coming to a closed stop position. And you felt this cold from inside of you, not like the colds of Lamortia, but one that was a grasping cold, one that was leeching your very life. and you couldn't feel your limbs anymore. Couldn't feel your hands, which had served you so well in their construction and their use. You couldn't feel your legs or your armor. And then slowly, even the feelings of the outside world were sapped away. And although you knew your eyes were open, blackness began to peer in at the sides. And all you could hear as your world went to black was the sound of sucking. And then nothingness. The blackest of blackness, the darkest of darknesses. And in the infinitesimal time that it would take for you to recognize where and when and what you were, you found that the sounds that preceded your demise had begun to change, had begun to warp, had begun to shift as a cacophony of screams began to pierce your senses. Your vision at once was completely bereft of any sense, but then you saw them. Hands. Grasping hands made of the very mist that you saw before your demise, coming in at every conceivable angle, coming in and constricting you, lunging at you from all directions, gripping your limbs, your throat, your face, and pulling you apart. And you're unable to make a sound. Your strength is beginning to fade as your very soul is being ripped apart. What do you do?
That is the question. He will probably be struggling against it as best he can, but part of him makes this seem somewhat familiar, seeing as he has had his body torn apart and put back together before. So part of him accepts it, but he doesn't want to go easily, so he's struggling against it.
Make an athletics check with disadvantage.
Okay.
Thank you for the sub, Mates Fate. You're the best.
Athletics, you said?
Yes, please. 12. Yeah. You struggle. It is like bending iron with your fingernails. It cannot be. There is nothing physically that you can do. Psychologically, mentally, ethereally, what have you. Try as you might, you cannot break free of these taloned fingers, these mist-laden arms of doom. And then just as suddenly as they arrive, you begin to see through these grasping digits a figure appear just on the edges of your vision. This figure is vaguely humanoid, formed out of the very mist that surrounds you. And this thing approaches you even while all of these arms are pulling you apart, and it comes in. You cannot see its face. You can only see its arm, its hand as it reaches forward towards you and caresses your cheek. And you know who this is just by the way it touches you. And then knowing that, a chill runs down your spine. That feeling of fear. It says nothing, but it offers you, through the gloom and pain, an open hand to take. Do you take it?
Would you be able to PM me who I know it is?
I'm sorry.
There's a few people that I think it could be, but
Tell me who you
it's who
think that it is. And I'll tell you if you are right.
Would it be his wife?
Sure feels like her.
Then he would definitely take her hand.
You grasp the hand. And you smile. Because you know that everything is going to be okay. And this figure is going to remove you from the anguish and the pain and the loss. And you are wrenched free. And the mists recede from you. And you look up, see this person's face, knowing in your heart who this is. And the figure bends down, your bleary eyes clear. And your wife looks down at you and opens her mouth to speak. And the flesh sloughs off of her skull as a grotesque voice peers from her throat and says, "Give me a kiss, my love." And the hands grab for you once again, and they pull you. You feel like you're being yanked into a vast abyss of pain and torment and horror. What do you do?
Well, Mikmick is back to struggling. He's going to try and get the fuck out of there.
It is impossible. You struggle, and you feel yourself almost like you're being pulled into a rift. The mists close over your head, and your eyes close, and you feel nothing. The three of you watch as the mists encircle Mikmick and whirlpool around him. Strahd has his hand over Mikmick's body, and then his eyes open, and he smiles and says, "Shame about this one. Perhaps he will learn his lesson in time." And Mikmick sits up and gasps. He has tears streaming out of his eyes.
Welcome back, tiny one.
And Mikmick just sits up there looking around. You can see his mouth opening, but no words come out. He's still trying to put together what happened.
Amnestria is just going to grab him and hug him.
You're back. You're all right.
Does Amnestria do any damage to him?
No, I think she has her gloves on. She takes her gloves off. She's like, I love you. Oh, and he turns to bones.
I kill everything I love.
That's terrible.
Oh my god. You
Yeah,
people.
she's
What
definitely
a better
back.
ask.
Yeah.
Louisa just has like she's covered in blood, so the tear tracks just make like a clear path through the blood that is coating her face, and she's just like, "You're back. You're safe. You're all right. Do you need a drink? That's all I'm good for." Oh God.
Mick,
Like,
make a wisdom saving throw, please.
uh-oh.
Save. Okay.
Okay, Moynot is
Nope.
not bright. He does remember what Strahd said about being still.
Okay. Mick, when you feel Amnestria's arms come around you and encircle you with what you know to be a gesture of love and kindness, you don't feel anything in return. There's no love. There is no joy. There is no feeling of catharsis or release. There is just purpose.
Mikmick will push out as best he can over the hug, and he'll just finally muster up the words as he gets to his feet and just say, I just need some time to think. Just give me a minute, and he'll walk off into the forest. Not that far away, might be like 30 feet.
I was gonna say, Moynot's gonna say, not too far, tiny one. I don't want to go through this again.
No.
And
What?
he'll, as I said, I'll get the red X off him. I'm assuming.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. The red X is definitely off you. Let me take that off you, my friend.
Yeah. And he'll just walk off behind these tents, get himself behind the tree, and just sit down, grab his head in his hands, and just think about what just happened. Why he accepted this gift. What this gift actually is. Just you have it.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you what it is. This gift of a second chance comes with consequences. I think you've already come to know at least one of them.
Mm-hmm.
The other one is this, and that you can certainly decide to utilize how you'd like. You have chosen to accept the gift of the one from the mists. Meaning that partially you are now part of the mists of Ravenloft. You can go through the mists without any adverse effects between domains. As an action, also, you have gained a new ability. As an action, you can become a cloud of mist, a la the gaseous form spell. On your next turn, you can use a bonus action to return to your original form. But you know that with great power, at least in the domains of Ravenloft, comes great pain. For each round spent in the misty form, you will gain a level of exhaustion.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can he go out in the sun, though?
You do not see any when you actually, good point. Amnestria, when you embraced him, you have a pretty decent passive perception, but Louisa's is just off the charts. Louisa, you notice that those puncture marks on his neck disappeared.
Okay. What does Strahd look like in all of this? Does he look triumphant? Does he look calm?
Disinterested.
Does he look like, yes, this is everything I have?
No, he doesn't look like
Disinterested?
disinterested.
Disinterested. Okay.
Disinterested,
You and that have so much in common.
right? It's like you guys are on Match.com or something like that, right?
I know.
Well, I won't tell
Only I didn't
Sindel.
have- only I didn't have a dirty ranger waiting for me somewhere. No, that would be a weird love triangle.
Hey, I'm here for it, right? I left
Isn't
no
he
ring with her.
technically
I was gonna say world's most awkward trouble.
Yeah. I'm not sure a cleric would be down for that.
No.
After Mikmick walks into the distance close to the forest, Strahd looks at the three of you and says, "Well, now that particular drama is over, would one of the three of you like to tell me why it is that you have decided to make your stay here, or shall I have to wrench it from your minds?"
Now who's being dramatic?
That's quite all right. I think we can tell you why we're here. Yes, friends?
We're looking for someone. Or three someones.
Three someones. I
At
know
least 3 months.
every being that enters my lens, so if you would be so kind as to inform me the identities of these three someones, I may tell you their locations.
I'm trying to remember if we actually know their names.
I know one was named Hector, and Shelif was the other, and I don't know the third one's name.
And Neva. Except I'm not gonna say that because Moynot sucks at names. There was another tiny one. But female, I believe. And the angry elf with the beard and
Pumin.
yes.
Ah, yes. Of course. He lifts his hand palm up, and you watch as the mists coalesce over his hand about a foot or two, and you now see, out of the very mist, images appearing. That these mists are transforming into images of people. A gnome, a bald gnome, wearing dark robes, with a small quarterstaff, a human with sort of straps of plate and leather on his person, and a somewhat thin and gangly looking half-elf with sort of locks of dark hair in his face. I believe these three are the ones that you are looking for, yes?
Well, having never actually seen them, I'm not sure, but that That meets the description we were given.
They were
Nice
in my
trick.
lines 3 days ago. Together, at least.
They
They
no
were in your
longer
hands.
lads. Yeah.
2 of them have since perished. And you watch as he sort of puts his hand near this illusion, and the scene changes. You see the human fighter putting up his sword and shield almost like in bas relief, like as just this massive bear wolf-like creature just is holding him by his throat, and you just watch the claw come in for his end. He then moves his hand again, and you see this shock of horror on the gnome, the female gnome's face, as she is rocked by some kind of horrific necrotic energy that just sucks all of her life away. And she falls down dead. He says, these 2 met their end here in Barovia.
2 questions about that. Can we see anything around Neva in particular? Like, question I'm wondering is, did that necrotic energy come from a sarcophagus, say, you know?
You can, with your passive perception, you don't really see that, but go ahead and make a perception check, Louisa.
Okay. Oh, God.
And
Oh,
that
wow,
one.
that's...
It was too
I
fast.
have blood in my eye.
Totally. Blood in your eye,
Yep.
you're like squitching it out, and you're like,
Bummer.
I'm sorry, could you do that again? My goggles were in my, no. Yeah.
Well, I mean, a mixture of the goggles, the blood, and the tears.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Sorry,
She's like
Lisa.
lifted the goggles up and is like trying to empty them out. You know, it's like because they've filled with water, filled with her own tears.
Mhm.
Okay, so that was my first question. The second question I have is, can I do an insight check on Strahd to see if he's actually showing us a true
Mhm.
vision?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, great. Please be better. Oh, better. Good.
I'm
Dirty
going
20.
to I'm gonna just check this someone's stat block here. Give me 1 sec to see if there's any reason for you to roll this or not.
Oh, okay.
Let me check his stat block. Oh, interesting. It's been such a long time since I've seen Mr. Von Zarovich. I don't even know his stats.
I've avoided him my entire life, so I know nothing about him.
That's totally fine. I just want to see his stats. His stats, you know, it depends, because a lot of people use his stats from Curse of Strahd. A lot of people sort of alter them. But I do remember that he has a very, very high intelligence and a pretty decent... being a vampire, he has a whole lot of interesting stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
Here we go. There's his stat block. Okay.
Ooh.
So,
Don't mind me,
Because you're
folks.
in your scarf.
Don't mind me, folks. Okay, there's his... wow. And yet...
Oh, God.
And yet...
Sound of that.
Huh. Okay, so that's... Okay, so let me just roll a d20. No, cool. No problem. No problem.
you let us roll, so now you get to roll.
I do.
15.
Okay. You do not sense any deception on his part.
Okay.
As if he's trying to feed you a line, so to speak.
Okay.
After he says that they have met their end, Moynat will respond. Well, that is unfortunate for us. Could you tell us where these events occurred, that we might see if they left anything behind?
The tiny one, as you call her, was decimated by forces high on the mountain known as Gakis in the Tsaruka Pass.
And the other, the burly human?
He was torn to pieces in the forests nearby.
And where's the third? Do you know?
He smiles. And this time, Louisa, you see more than just white teeth. You see his canines are very sharp. He says, the third of the three is still alive. And is currently... looks at you. In the Ember Temple.
And where is the Amber Temple?
Ah,
Sounds
yes.
like where we were going.
Oh, so. Your destination has finally been revealed.
Gonna kill her!
Damn it, Amnestria!
I love this flaw so much. It's the best flaw ever.
It's the worst flaw. I hate it.
Ever.
Now that I know about it. Like,
As someone who was once cursed with 11 madnesses
So
at
many,
once,
so
I
many
still
madnesses.
agreed this one is the fucking worst.
my God.
Maeve, you get inspiration.
Do I
I'm giving you inspiration. Just to give you an
God.
incentive to do it more. Do it more.
I feel like Louisa just puts the goggles back down and just closes her eyes under the goggles and just goes,
Moynat doesn't outwardly react, but you do see that, like, on one hand, her
Mhm.
fingers just kind of doing this. Like, they're not going full into fist. It's just like that little itty bitty tiny, like, this is where I'm letting it all go so that I
Getting
don't
angry?
murder
You getting a
my
little angry?
companion.
More not? You getting a little angry?
angry.
Just like, go ahead and make a
I'm
wisdom
so
saving
angry.
throw, more not.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Glad I didn't dump stat it in this game.
I
It's
wish I
still
could
not
say the
great,
same
but
thing.
it's not a dump stat. Oh god,
Oh,
my
God.
that's a nat one.
We're getting all the good rolls
what
tonight.
is
Holy shit,
happening?
guys!
Is that the third nat one tonight?
You guys are just
is.
you guys are just throwing all this shit in the beginning of the episode, and so you can get some amazing shit afterwards. It's totally fine.
Better?
More not.
Come on, guys, do better.
As your hands grip, like you're trying not to, like your hands are like clenching, and you feel the webbing begin to sort of pull your fingers into fists. Your fingernails begin to just reflexively elongate. The sword. The sword.
Ah.
The sword that you pulled from its scabbard to defend yourself, and the tentacles enveloped your hand. From the sword, you and only you hear a voice. And it says, "She's worthless. You should dispatch her here and now. She is dead weight
No.
to what you are here for."
Moynat's hand starts traveling towards the sword on her hip.
You guys watch as
And as
Moynat.
it-
Go ahead, finish. I apologize.
Sorry. And it will clasp around the hilt. And as she's about to pull it from the scabbard, she is just going to turn and march into the water.
Louisa,
And dive under and disappear.
You watch her just like do the weirdest, like 180 you've ever seen.
That's strange, even for her.
That was very strange. We really shouldn't separate in this place. It seems kind of dangerous.
Strahd says to you after you say that, Amnestria, Do believe me. In my care, no one will dare harm you.
That's really sharing. Thank you.
Louisa just kind of turns fully to Amnestria at that and just kind of looks at her like, "Are you feeling okay?" Like,
I mean, he just absolutely decimated those creatures.
understand. Yes. She just pat 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 pat.
Now that I am fully aware of your destination, this place is extremely dangerous. I would dare not enter it myself, although many, many years ago I did. Things may have changed in that time. But I am more than happy to give you a safer means of conveyance to the Amber Temple.
What will that cost us?
I would simply require you to, perhaps one day, return and tell me of your adventures. It has been so long since I have had anyone to my castle for dinner and pleasant conversation.
Sorry, Megan has to take a moment there. Okay, I'm back.
I mean, what do you think, Louisa? The other friends have wandered off, so...
Might we have a day to think upon your kind offer?
You may have an hour. My time, although much more long-lasting than your time here on this plane, is not meant to be used for dalliances. I have things to do, as you would say.
Of course. You are one with the land and all, and
He puts
who
up a
knows, there
finger
might be...
and he says,
Mm,
I am the land.
of course. I'm sorry, I misspoke. You are the land. And who knows, there might be other wayward travelers in need of your assistance as we were this evening.
He says, if you wish to meet me on the road, between now and an hour from now, I will have the conveyance that I have offered to you.
Do we just call your name, or...?
You may meet me at the breach. And he points, without looking, to the bridge that the four of you passed over on the way here.
Sounds great.
He bows gently in your direction, and then begins to walk soundlessly through the mist into the forest and disappears into the night.
So here's what I do know about vampires that's in every book ever. If we return for dinner, we will be dinner. So that's the deal we're making. And I need for you to look me in the eye right now, Amnestria. Look me deep in the eye and
I'm
know
looking...
that that's what we're fucking with here. Do you understand?
I understand, but, I mean, he could just kill us now. Just, like, we accept his deal and go on our way, or he brutalizes our bodies like he did with these creatures. I mean...
Say anything about not letting us go. He just said that he would make our way easier.
Yes, but I mean, every place we've been to, people have stopped us from achieving our goals anytime we work against their best interests. He didn't have to save us. I mean, he probably did because he wanted something, but it's...
Yes. And what does he want? We don't know, and that is always a problem.
We make a lot of really terrible deals with a lot of interesting people, I've found.
Yes. Some of us do. And then Louisa's gonna turn around and go, sorry, that was mean. Oh, Megan feels bad about that. And then Louisa's going to turn around.
I need to understand if she would actually take your words as like a serious tone, or if she's just like...
Louisa did everything in her power without short of like taking you by the shoulders because she knows you're iffy about people touching her. She did everything in her power to convey to you that this shit is serious and you need to listen up. Look.
Alright, I mean, if I'm just going to stand in front of this fire, then I guess I'll wait for everyone to come back.
Well, Louisa's gone over to check on Mikmick.
All right.
Moynat is sitting at the bottom of the pond.
Oh, jeez. Let's
trying to get her shit together.
Let's come back to you in a bit, Moynat. The pond is a perfect place to
that's
be.
why. That's why I just said.
No, I love it.
That's all she's doing right now. She's sitting on the bottom of the pond.
Clink, probably having noted that Mikmick is back, probably, I don't know, what would Clink be doing, Mikmick? Would Clink be at your side, nuzzling you? Or, what's going on?
Well, initially I made Clink as kind of your emotional support your emotional support dragon.
Yeah, you're gonna need it, dude.
So, yeah, he's probably with Mikmick, just sitting on his shoulders.
Yeah.
Basically half wrapped around his neck.
Yeah, you don't even feel him.
A little pseudo dragon shoulder rub.
Yeah, it's almost
okay,
like
buddy.
It's almost like you don't even feel him anymore, Mikmick. Like he's doing everything he can to he's coming in front of your face. He's like flapping his little wings, tapping you on the shoulder, moving his tail back and forth. And it's just 1,000-yard stare.
Louisa is just going to walk over to where Mikmick is. And she's going to sit next to him. She's not going to say anything. She's just going to sit and be with you.
I'll just move you over there.
Until... Oh, yeah, thank you.
No worries.
Until you either acknowledge her or until she starts to feel the pressure of the hour time clock.
Well, when Mikmick does notice Louisa, in particular next to him, he will try to spark up a little bit of conversation, and he will just say under his breath, "Louisa, how'd you do it? How'd you not make stupid decisions for love?"
I make stupid decisions all the time. Most of them for love.
It's just the past few days. I have to give him a memory back. My wife has been the only thing that's been on my mind, and it's made me make decisions that affect me and everybody else around me. I didn't want to say this before, but you know how you felt a little bit ill this morning?
Mhm.
That was my fault. I had a vision that I refused because I didn't want myself being put in harm's way, and it ended up putting everyone else in harm's way.
Did you know that it was going to put everyone in harm's way?
No, I didn't. I hoped by refusing the offer it would not affect anybody, but it affected everybody.
Well,
Now, this. I just died, and I was tricked by a vision, tricked me. Thought it was my wife, and now, now I can't feel anything.
Louisa closes her eyes for a moment and holds out a hand to him. She doesn't want to force anything on you, but if you take her hand, she's just gonna clasp the other hand on top of it.
He will grab hold of her hand, and he will firmly grip it, like he needs help.
She'll put her other hand on top of his and just grip him just as hard. And she will say, "What you did this morning was not your fault. You made the best decision that you possibly could with the information you had available to you. And I can tell you that if my husband had appeared to me in the same fashion as your wife appeared to you, I would have made the same decision. You may not be able to feel anything now. That could be shock. But you did feel something deeply in those moments. So I have to believe that it will return in time. I'm so sorry. And she just starts crying again. I'm so sorry.
It's all right, Louisa. It is hard for both of us, though. I think I may have to take you up on your offer. You still have your wine. If I can't feel anything, well, may not. Why not try and make it go full hog and make my whole body not feel?
Louisa just takes one hand away from him. She's still gripping his hand in the other and pulls out the flask that she always has. And she offers it to him. And she says, "This helps some of the time. Not all the time. And it's
And
never permanent."
you'll see Mikmick seemingly crack a little smirk as the gnomish playfulness is coming through again, and he'll just say, well, maybe after a while I can learn to do what you do and embrace the drunkenness and make it an ability rather than a negative.
We all harness the gifts that are given to us.
But I think we probably should get back to the group. I want to tell the others where my head's at.
Of course. Are you ready?
As ready as as ready as I'll ever be.
Louisa stands, and she's still gripping tight to your hand. Like, in that same, like, whatever intensity you are giving, she is giving right back. She is matching you. So,
And they'll both head back to the campfire with Amnestria at probably the same time that Muadnhait comes out of the water.
Okay. Mikmick, do you take any, do you partake in the wine at all?
Yes.
Okay. Doesn't taste like wine.
oh no! So sad.
You drink it, you're like,
Yep. None.
nothing. It tastes like bland, warm water. Doesn't really fulfill your thirst. Certainly doesn't inebriate you. I mean, anyway.
Mm-hmm. And Mikmick, after taking the sweet, he'll look up at Louisa and just shake his head and say, still nothing. This is not good.
So takes a deep
Anyways.
breath and just looks Mikmick in the eye and says, one step at a time.
3 minutes or 4 minutes previous, Muadnhait is in the water and is under the water.
Yes, she has sort of swum down to as deep as this pond goes and is just sort of sitting on the bottom.
Okay.
Feeling the pressure of the water around her, feeling her hair float, and just trying to get that anger under control. Like her hand is clenched on the sword as she is swimming.
Oh, it's so hard. It's so hard, Muadnhait.
Yes. And eventually, I think she's going to sit still enough that whatever aquatic creatures live in this pond will stop taking notice of her. And when one gets close enough, she's just going to stab it clean through the head.
Awesome. Yeah. You just sort of look and your vision pierces through the murk. Your hand grips around that sword and it says, feed it. And then just soundlessly through the water, straight into this fish that sort of flops back and forth for like 2 or 3 seconds. And you just feel this intense feeling of peace.
I think that there's still just the tiniest little edge, like right back here, just like at the nape of the neck. But for the most part, it's enough that she feels she can come out of the water and not immediately murder Amnestria.
Okay. Totally fair.
So she comes out of the water.
The fish is still flopping on the end of your sword.
Oh, she's eating it.
Oh, even better. I love it.
Yeah. As she comes out of the water doing her usual like raw fish, like it's an ear of corn, as she walks over and wordlessly.
You notice there's no more mist anymore, by the way. Sounds of the forest and all the animals have returned.
You know, she just sort of, strides purposefully up the beach, stops probably about 10 feet from the fire, because we all know how she feels about fires, even little ones. So she'll stay back here. And she's and not speak. She's wordlessly just waiting to see what everyone else has to say.
We have a decision to make. Well, you were in the water while Mikmick was processing. Strahd offered us a bargain. He would help convey us to the Amber Temple in exchange for us returning for dinner in the future to tell him of our adventure.
The sooner we get to the temple, the sooner we can leave this deep forsaken place.
I understand that. However, I deeply believe that there would be no return. And I, for one, I cannot make that deal.
The future is a long way away.
I understand. But I can't. So much. Go ahead.
I was simply going to say, I don't trust him in the slightest, but had he any desire to kill us, he could have easily done so, or simply let those things finish us off.
True. I think the better question is, do we think we can make it to the Amber Temple? Alive? We've barely left town and things have already gone the wayside. Do we tell him no and trek through the woods for several days and probably not make it there?
Louisa just kind of looks at Muadnhait like, do you want to tell her why we're in this situation?
Muadnhait doesn't say anything, because Muadnhait was also just like, oh, fuck it, let's just walk into the trap and get it over with. Accepting his offer doesn't signify trust. It simply signifies putting off our demise for another day, or year, or decade.
I'm tired of giving away portions of my life.
Oh,
To
make
ensure.
no mistake. If he wants to kill us, he will.
I understand.
Whether we accept his offer or not. Of that I have no doubt.
The other problem, as I can see it, is that he said that the 3 people whom we have been tracking have been in this realm for 3 days. How much time are we losing back home? Because Alanik said they'd been gone for months? Was it months? Was it weeks?
2 weeks.
2
Weeks?
weeks.
All the more
At
reason
least.
to accept his offer.
So we could negotiate it down to where one of you accepts his offer? I'm sorry, that was cruel. I'm sorry.
If you do not wish to accept his offer, then sure, we can work with that.
I don't. I have so much to lose.
We all have things to lose.
I know.
And all this time, Mikmick's just been staring into the fire, and with this moment of silence, he looks at his hand, and then he puts it into the fire.
Okay.
I was drinking when you said that.
Mikmick, your hand goes into the dying embers of this fire. It's not a very large fire by now. It's probably down to sort of maybe a foot tall fire. Most of the wood has been blackened and charred. And as you put your hand into the fire, which hand, by the way?
The good hand.
Mm-hmm. Okay. You watch with sort of shock as Mikmick just thrusts his hand into these glowing embers, and you hear a sizzling sound. Mikmick's face doesn't react to pain at all.
When he does that, Muadnhait's legs go out from underneath her. And she just, like, crumples to the ground, like, in a puddle, just as though all of the joints just stopped working for a second. She just collapses. Because as you recall, fire is one of her seeds of fear.
It is. So please.
And he just stuck his hand in one.
Sure did.
So she sort of goes completely limp down to the ground and then immediately just starts like crab walk scuttling like Regan from The Exorcist away from him on the beach.
Ooh.
With like sort of nonsense words babbling out of her mouth.
Okay, so
Her
Muadnhait.
cool, calm, collected demeanor is done.
Amazing.
At this moment.
So good. Take a stress point. Muadnait.
Yes.
So I will go ahead and mark that on you. Oh, it's fine. No, I'll
I was gonna say you do that because I don't know how you.
It's fine. I just yep. Boom. There's one. So now you stress point. Yeah. Wow. Mikmick, you thrust your hand into the fire. There's this sort of sizzling noise. I don't know what Amnestria and Louisa, what you two do.
Louisa will almost like before she can think, she'll just cast Ray of Frost through her new gauntlets on the fire and on Mikmick's hand.
Awesome. Yeah, I mean, the fire is a non-moving target, so you automatically hit, and in doing so, the fire just extinguishes. There's a sizzle and a puff of steam and smoke as the remnants of these pieces of wood are absolutely blasted into ice particles. Mikmick, for just like half a second, as your hand went into the fire and your flesh began to roast, you didn't feel a thing. And then there's this blast of ice that encompasses your whole arm. Again, you don't feel anything. Please roll your damage, Louisa.
Oh, I did forget that it does do damage. What is Ray of Frost? It is.
I think it's 1d8 cold damage. It's a cantrip.
I'm looking it up. Yeah, it's a cantrip.
It's either 1d8 or 1d10 cold damage. I can't remember.
Frigid beam, blah blah blah. Technically, for him, I would need to make a ranged spell attack.
His hand was in the fire.
Okay. All right. On a hit, 1d8 cold damage. Okay. I tried to help.
You did. You did. You put him out.
1d8.
Oof.
Oh God.
You rolled an 8, didn't you?
Mikmick, did you
Yep.
did you take any short rest at all after you came back to life?
I've killed him again. Oh no.
You didn't tell. Well, you didn't tell us how many hit points you came back with. Actually,
That's true.
I
I wanted to find out if you had taken a short rest.
came.
You come back at half health.
Half health?
Yes. The dark gift gives you half health.
Oh.
It doesn't give you 0 hit points.
Yeah, I was going to say, if it gives me 1 hit point.
You just killed him again!
What have I done?
I actually could have sworn we came back at 1 health. But...
that was at first level.
no.
Oh, fair enough. Interesting.
Mm-hmm. When you come back, the higher up level-wise you go, I'm not going to do like 0 points. But yeah,
no,
first level you come back
later.
with half health.
Okay.
Higher up you go, the more health you come back with when you die. If you choose to come back, but also the worse the circumstances. So how many hit
I don't
points
know,
you
he's
got?
basically Vistani now. That's kind of cool.
In a way.
28.
28.
So that's half
Ugh.
health.
And then
so
minus 8,
I'm
so you're down to
only
20.
Down to 20.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, you look at your hand, Mikmick, which was at one time just sizzling and then just coated with frost. Didn't hurt. You didn't feel anything. You felt like the pressure when she blasted you with that icicle. But it didn't. You didn't feel any pain.
I mean, you could have just grabbed his hand. Right with you. All right.
But the fire's out.
There's a lot.
So-
1 point.
And Mikmick will turn to Louisa as he just crushes the ice that was on his hand just by flexing it. And we'll just say, nothing. Still nothing.
First of all, I'm sorry. Second of all, time. You have to give it time.
You've all gone completely mad. You just hear from the shadows as Muadnhait is pulling herself back up to her full height and trying to regain her composure.
I don't think I'm any more mad than I usually am, personally.
She just stares daggers at you.
I'd say that it's been a little bit less than an hour. You haven't really done very much besides talk, so I'll allow you, if you would like, to take this time to give yourselves a short rest.
I think that's wise, actually.
But it's coming up on that 1 hour mark. And you also get a potion of healing from Mikmick.
Huzzah.
Yay, yay.
It's the
Good.
first one of the night.
Since he took some friendly fire.
He did.
Does a short rest doesn't restore our max HP?
No,
does it?
short rest is not.
No, you roll
need
hit
to
dice.
roll hit dice, however many you
Yes.
have, plus your constitution modifier to get those back.
Yeah. Gotta do it. Do you have another song? Or no?
Oh, yes, I can sing. Have we... Yeah, I can do that anytime we do a short rest, I believe. Where is
That's correct.
Healing's 2d4 plus 2.
2d4
right?
plus 2 for a potion, y'all.
We don't wait for the
Okay,
song
so
before I
it's
roll another.
just a d6, so... Everybody gets 5 more if you roll hit dice on this. Good, that helped me too, because I was...
See.
Alright.
11.
And I get... I've got my Bardic Inspos back. Why do I have 2 different Bardic Inspiration counters? That's weird.
Better.
Whatever.
Alright, so 11 plus 5 is 16 plus.
Math is so sexy. I love listening to you guys do math.
I know, I'm like,
It's the
did I
best.
use a Warlock spell? I did. So
It's,
that's
you know what it's like? It's like one of those streaming
Twenty-two.
D&D shows when everyone's like, okay, we take a short rest, and everyone just hits a fucking button, and they're like, well, I'm done. And instead,
Yeah.
everyone here is like, well, we all just got rid of our D&D Beyond accounts, so let's just do this math the hard way. Do this, 11
Right.
plus
This
6.
sheet,
and-
this sheet has short and long rest buttons on it.
it
They've
does.
never worked.
It doesn't work.
So
It doesn't.
I've-
It's
I'm
so
down
bad.
they've never
Two.
worked. They've never worked
Two.
for me, so I gave up.
I guess it depends. I guess it
All
depends.
right.
Okay,
Mine
so
I've
I'm
used
during-
so many
That's
of these today.
What?
Oh, I was talking to myself as I read something on my sheet.
All right, let's go ahead and take a look at everyone's current hit points. I got 42 for Louisa. We got 40 for
Correct.
Mikmick. We've got 35 for Muadnhait, and we've got 53 for Amnestria. Yes, yes.
Sitting pretty over
2
there.
hit dice left.
I've got
Two.
one,
Same.
so
I got
Nice.
2.
Hey, the day is yours, or I should say the night, because the night came on about an hour ago,
Wait,
after only about
then
3
we-
hours of daytime. Imagine that.
so
So,
during
It's my
the short rest,
suggestion. If not everyone has to take Strahd, I'm calling that. If not everyone has to take the Eternal One up on his offer of a return, I will have dinner with him. If we can all just get in whatever mode of transportation it is he's offering and get to that temple as quickly as possible. Before anyone else can stick their hands in a fire or say something stupid. Shall we see if he accepts that offer?
Sure.
Yes.
That's
Thank you.
Don't mention it.
Okay. So,
Let's go to the bridge.
to the bridge you go.
As we are walking to the bridge,
Yes.
Amnestria will just hear in her head,
You best learn to mind your tongue before someone cuts it out.
Yeah, it's not fair. You can't do that to the dungeon master. That's not fair. Stop, Sarah.
Good job, Sarah. Do it more. Do it more.
The fuck?
Hey
that's-
man, I got to torment the shit out of Matt last week. So
Ugh, it was
good.
so bad.
so.
Yeah.
Upon hearing that, she will definitely just sort of stop and just put her hand on her crossbow and look around and. What was that?
You
What?
and I, changeable one.
Louisa's like gauntlets up. Like what?
I was going to say
Seeing
that.
your reaction.
I mean, it was a voice, but it's not a voice I'm used to hearing. I hear so many, but not this one.
Oh boy. Okay.
But
Well, that's
everyone
fine.
Here is going, everyone here is going mad.
I've
And
already
we're
not
not just
started.
gonna keep walking.
Okay.
Anyway,
You
I was
guys.
going to say that
yes, go
during
ahead.
the rest, Mikmick was going to have the. He said that he was going to talk to the folks during the rest, and he'll just say to the party while they're resting, I'm not sure if you've noticed, but ever since I got my memories back in the Mordia, I continued to make bad decision after bad decision. It's it's just that I've got my family on my mind all the time now. I feel like I need to make sure that they're safe. Insofar that that is my first priority. I want to go home, make sure that my family is safe. However, I know that we are basically stuck here. But once we get back to Atlantis, I need to take the door and go home at least for a day or two, just to reconnect. I
Once we've
cannot
left this
stay here.
place. Once we've left this place, I'll send your message for you again. When
Okay.
our host is not around to interfere. For I do
Yes.
believe that is whose voice I heard in response.
Well, yeah, I hope that will work, but otherwise I need to get back to Ravnica.
Back to what did you say? Sorry.
Back to the land of Ravnica.
Ravnica.
Yes. That's my home. Like,
Can I get...
like, Louisa's home is Dementliu, but she was mostly at Cardagas. I was mostly at Lamordia, but my home is in Ravnica.
Find a way.
think Atlantic would be your best lead to get home, would he not?
Exactly, so once we get home, I may have to part ways. Just so I let you all know in advance where my head is at, because my focus not there. I mean, what good is saving the world when you don't have a family to go back to?
I mean, in the same light, what good is the family if your home is destroyed and the world ends?
Exactly. I would rather know that they are alive. If they're dead, then I can safely go into the past life and meet them there, but not now. We
When
have a
we leave
job
this
to do.
place, we'll help you, I'm sure.
We have a job to do anyway. We better get that job done expediently. And what was this? You were saying that you had a deal with Strahd, or a to-be deal?
Louisa takes out her flask. She downs it completely. And I think she also needs to take a stress point.
I'm down for it. Welcome to Stressland. Yeah. The four of you make your way furtively back to the bridge. And at first you don't see any sign of anyone. You look on the bridge, look down the road. Nothing. No one. And that's when the four of you hear the sound coming down the road. The sound of something traveling in your direction. Something, some kind of wheeled conveyance. You look, and driven by 4 midnight black horses is a beautiful black lined carriage. There's a smattering of rain coming from the night sky. Travels over the bridge, coming from the west, and stops, allowing you time, if you would like, to get on.
Well, as the old saying goes, don't punch a gift horse in the mouth.
The 4 horses stop. There is no carriage driver, but the door to the carriage swings open. And inside the darkness of the carriage, you see 2 eyes gleaming from the moonlight above, looking back out at you. And from the darkness, a single white hand tipped with sharp fingernails extends in your direction.
Well, Mikmick will go up to the cot and grab hold of the hand and just say, well, I guess nothing ventured, nothing gained.
You take his hand, grip like iron, and he gently pulls you inside of the wagon. The carriage, I should say.
May have to lift me up a little bit, because the step is probably a little bit too high.
Yeah, he probably does it without even seemingly straining himself very much at all. Sort of lifts you off your feet, almost. And Mikmick disappears inside the carriage.
Muadnhait will also reach for the proffered hand, assuming it extends again, and say, I do hope the inside is black too. Some of my compatriots could use a bath.
The hand appears once again.
And she will very gracefully accept it with the lightest of touches and climb into the carriage.
You watch as Muadnhait disappears as well.
Well, it seems as though this is his conveyance to get us where we need to go.
Yes.
It seems as though it's a deal we might all need to make. Are you sure you're okay with that?
No. But at this point, I don't see what choice I have.
We could all
Louisa-
choose to walk.
Not going to leave the two of them. Louisa will ignore the hand and climb into the carriage on her own.
Okay. You grasp the sides of the carriage door and pull yourself inside. And then Amnestria, the hand, one final time towards you.
You said that there was no one driving the carriage, right?
Correct.
Can I sit in the driver's seat?
You would like to climb up on top in the pouring rain? Sure.
Sure. I'm actually just going to be out here.
There
need
are
to wash off.
There are no reins. The horses are bridled, but there are no reins.
Well, yes, but the carriage has a place to sit, does it not?
It has like a carriage driver seat. That's correct, but there are no reins for any carriage driver
You
to
can hold on
utilize. Yeah.
She doesn't want to ride. She don't want. She just wants to sit outside
That's
in
fine.
the rain.
Yeah.
I mean, she could sit on the roof if she really wanted to. Just misty step up there, and just lie on the roof all night. But
Hey.
that sounds like more of a Moynut thing to do.
That's
sitting
your
there,
choice.
just lying on the roof in the rain.
I'll get in the carriage.
Okay. You get in the carriage.
Feels like a way for me to fall off.
Yeah, exactly. You like look up. You're like,
I know what I was thinking. This thing's gonna go real fast.
It's like wet. This thing may go fast. You're like,
Maybe I should.
my ideas.
inside.
Sometimes they're good. Most of the time they're good. And then you take the hand. The hand is freezing cold. Even with your gloves on, you feel the cold of Strahd's form just creeping up your arm.
Take the glove off.
Like,
Oh, we all know he's a vampire. It won't do anything.
I mean,
The four of you settle into this carriage, and Strahd gestures for the carriage door, and it shuts by itself. He then points at the different sides of the carriage, and you see there are sconces. And as he does so, the candles inside the sconces light, bathing you all in a sort of orange glow. Strahd sits in a relatively comfortable section of the carriage towards the front of the carriage, facing backwards. And there is a chaise lounge, I guess you could call it, that fills up the other side of the carriage for the four of you to sit. There is ample room for all four of you to sit next to one another.
So you're saying it's bigger on the inside.
Does seem to be strangely
ask.
bigger on the inside than it is on the outside, but just barely. As he sits there in this sort of resplendent chair, he puts one leg over the other, crossing it gracefully. And from a side table, picks up a glass, leans back into the chair, and you can see in the orange light the glass is filled with some kind of scarlet liquid. He puts it to his mouth, takes a gentle sip, and says, "Then we are off." And he knocks twice on the top of the carriage, and you feel a lurch as the carriage begins its journey. The countryside on the road goes by swiftly, the rain pattering on the top. And
How good's the suspension?
it's pretty darn good, you know? This is like, this is at least a 30,000 gold piece carriage, you know?
Yeah.
Hey.
So we're not bouncing around like hitting our heads off the roof or anything.
Exactly, no.
Be sure to steal this from him later. Couldn't possibly go badly.
The journey seems to take a very very small period of time, actually, all things considered. You see that there are, on the side of the carriage where you sit, next to you, glasses of what you can assume to be water, and tankards that have a brimming smell to them of wine and ale, as well as foodstuffs that you, at first glance, at least from your own experience, take to be quite delectable-looking victuals, food. I never travel
Yeah, fish.
without a
I'm
meal.
good.
Mikmick's gonna see if he can grab anything.
I mean, you take a piece of cheese, sort of a hard rind cheese, smell it. Doesn't smell anything like it, you expect it to smell.
Smells like cheese.
It doesn't smell like cheese. It doesn't smell like anything, Mikmick.
Oh, yes. And Mikmick will put the cheese back. Because... And he just sits back and ponders. It's alright. I need to figure this out.
Louisa, the food and drink that you see laid out before you in this carriage is quite tempting, to be perfectly honest. Reminds you of some of the meals that you've had when you were younger in the courts of Dementliu. Perhaps a little bit more fine dining when you were at court than previously. This is perhaps a little bit more rural, perhaps a little bit more
Barovian?
Yes, I would say more Baroque than anything, but yes, Barovian is the appropriate word. It certainly looks edible, that's for sure.
Everything inside of her is crawling with that itch, that urge to reach out for the nearest bottle of wine and take it. And with every moment that passes, it feels like her grip is loosening just a bit, but she's going to fight it for as long as she can and not partake.
Okay.
She might be drooling a little, though.
Fair enough, totally. Moynat, you do see that there are pieces of dried seafood, fish, on the table before you as well.
I did, alas, already eat. But thank you for your hospitality. She smiles.
And Amnestria.
I expect Amnestria to just be like three cheeses
Three
in.
cheeseburgers deep.
Yeah, exactly. You're like, this is great, thanks!
Yeah, Joshua eats the cheese.
Okay.
Well, it'll probably be a little bit more muffled than that. Sort of,
It's delicious.
Well,
Actually, is there any salt on the table?
Yes.
Moynat will then take a glass of water and tip a few heaping teaspoons of salt into it, stir it, and then sip on that as they go.
Love it. Yeah.
So as not to be rude.
Okay.
is this going to be like the more salt scene in Men in Black?
Sugar.
No.
Water. Ice. More sugar.
this cheese is quite delectable.
Yes, the cheese it's like a sharp, creamy, it's like a blue cheese, but it's got like veins of purple instead of blue in it. It's pungent. It smells of it smells of the earth particularly, but it would pair very well with any of the fruits that you see. Beautiful, ripe fruits on the table.
Is there an apple?
Sure is.
I'm gonna take an apple then.
Absolutely. Crunchy, delicious, tart, sweet. It just mixes with that cheese so well. And Straw just sits there watching you either choose not to partake or to partake, and just sipping the whole time, staring at the four of you.
Reminds me, I had a question. When Strahd first said you were a member of the Lost, did that trigger anything for Louisa? Is there any role I can make?
You
To see-
could make... I'm glad you asked me. You could make either a history or an arcana check.
I will. They're both the same, so I guess
Better you than me.
I guess I will make a history check. Why not?
Okay. Ooh, natural 20.
Nice.
Natural one.
I will, Megan, I will message you between now and next session.
Perfect. I thank you, sir.
You're welcome. It's not long into your journey that the four of you begin to see small houses dotting the roadside as the carriage rolls eastward. You would have expected the carriage to, at least based on your map, to go south, but that doesn't seem to be the direction that the carriage is going in. It's actually going east, down the old Svalich Road.
We have to go east first before we could go south.
And it
Oh, we're all the way
rolls
over here.
after perhaps 45 minutes or so into the town of Vallaki. You note this because there is a hubbub, and you hear a call out from ahead. It's him! It's him! Open the gates! Open the gates! And there is a screech of metal and a tumult of noise from ahead of you. And he just sits there, sipping, smiling. The sound of civilization piques your ears, and you now begin to see, as the gate to Vallaki opens, that there are two guards, one on either side of the cart, that you see on out of the windows. They sort of eye each other through the wagon and at you as the cart rolls through. And as the cart continues through this town, which you see is much more cramped with houses and buildings than Krezk ever was, the townsfolk actually scurry away from the road and the cart within, watching with abject fear as the carriage passes by. The cart actually slows down as you approach the town's center. And for the first time since you've begun your journey, Strahd speaks. He points at a building to the north, just outside of where the cart is moving. And it's a large building. It's perhaps several stories tall. And it has a sign outside that says, Blue Water Inn. And Strahd says, "This is the local Valaki Inn. I heard it is a good place for the common folk to stay. At least that is what I have heard." And he smiles. "If you were to join me in my land again, as one of you most certainly has perhaps said that they would." And he drums his fingernails, long and sharp, on the side of his chair. "I would recommend that you make your stay there."
Thank you for your recommendation.
And you feel the carriage begin to pick up speed again, continuing towards the eastern gate and out of town. The next 20 to 30 minutes, you are all rumbling down this sort of windy path of the old Svalich Road. And you do, in fact, along your journey, pass by to the north, a body of water which you can assume, based on your map, to be called the Lake Zarovich. Perhaps now you know where it gets its name, mirroring the dark, cloudy skies above. And as you look out at the lake, you see that there is a small humanoid figure in the middle of this rainstorm in a rowboat, holding onto a fishing pole, patiently waiting for something to bite. Strahd notices you looking out at this person in the boat, and a sort of small smile appears on his face. Perhaps half an hour passes. You pass by an old, abandoned, what seems to be a windmill. Ancient and decrepit. And then, sooner than you would ever have expected, pass by an enormous structure. Some would call it a gate, although these gates are perhaps dozens of feet tall. Built into two titanic sort of stone pillars. And carved into these pillars are humanoid figures holding swords and shields. And you recognize from this distance that the heads of both of these figures, these perhaps 60, 70 feet tall figures, have been severed completely and are lying on the sides of the road as you pass by them. When you look at them, you do not recognize the faces. They are craggy, worn, clearly decimated by years of weather and neglect. And as you pass through the open gates, you finally, like a sentinel, seeing it. And this is where we're going to take our break. The furthest reaches of Barovia, you see the home, perhaps, of this erstwhile count. Castle Ravenloft, looming atop a mountain peak across a rocky marsh. 2 spires, one somewhat taller than the other. Claws like fingers at the colorless sky. With the gray stone construction of the castle, a massive, malevolent structure, spewing out an old, cobbled road all the way down to where you are. And further down this road, based on your knowledge of the map, you know the village of Barovia lays in the shadow of the mountain and the castle atop it. Strahd wiggles a finger in the direction of this castle, which I'm going to show you a handout for, because why not?
Yes, please.
Oh, yeah. Here is Castle Ravenloft, at least from one perspective.
He looks so friendly.
Very well defensible.
And he says, one of you, or perhaps all of you, are invited to my home at your convenience as part of this bargain to bring you to the Umber Temple. Who of you will accept? And as the 4 of you look at each other, not quite sure as to who will raise their hand or to speak up.
Mikmick will speak up. Strahd, was it? I did want to have a conversation with you earlier in my life, but, well, it was more specifically on what makes vampires tick, though.
He looks at you strangely. He's
The
like,
ones that I interviewed, they were a lot less courteous and more of the blah blah. The ones that were trying to attack you, kind of vampires. Not the biggest conversationalists.
Strahd has no words at this point in time. He's just holding his wine glass and he's just looking at you like,
Do forgive my tiny compatriot. He is not well versed in the custom of manners.
And then they just kind of die, so I mean...
I will most graciously accept your invitation.
he nods in your direction. Will anyone else? Only one.
As I said, I would. I mean, if only it was to get to some information about vampires from the man who's made a complete land just from his mere presence, from what I've heard. It'd be a great opportunity, wouldn't it?
I will consider your offer. But your manners perhaps need a little bit more refinement before we meet again.
I ain't no noble, nor do I want to be. Too much stick up the arse.
He blinks.
Moynot messages Mikmick and says, "Quit while you're ahead, tiny one."
The carriage stops, and like the shadow of Castle Ravenloft, it just stops. Like the carriage absolutely just bolts to a stop. And there's just an awkward pause.
What? You don't want me to speak my mind?
I would prefer that you speak your mind to me at a later date. Your company...
We're not
Your
all in the one place.
Your company has been pleasing, and I am glad that I could make your acquaintance and you mine. But it is time for me to leave you, and for this carriage to bring you to your destination without my presence. Have you any
You are a
need?
most interesting.
Go ahead.
You are a most interesting man, Eternal One, and I do look forward to speaking with you in the future.
Have you any need of me? I will only be able to extend my influence to the Amber Temple's entrance. From within, I will not be able to see or assist you. But so be it.
Before you go, actually, I did have a question. You said that something about me reminded you of someone. Who exactly is that?
He sneers a little bit, just like enough to show a single sort of sharpened tooth coming up in the corner of his mouth. He says, "A pitiful annoyance, one who I have dealt with many times over the years, one who has sought to end my existence, as he calls it. We will meet again in time. And I will watch as the life drains from his body. Apologies for my demeanor, but you clearly, although you do not remember it, have had dalliances with the good doctor. If you do see...
I do know one doctor, but...
If you do see
I
him...
don't think that's the same.
He ignores you completely, Mikmick. He says... if you do see him... And he comes, like, relatively close to you, Amnestria. So much so that just the aura of cold coming out of him is a little bit off-putting. He says, if you do see him, tell him I'm glad.
You're glad, okay. Right, I can pass that along.
No. Unfortunately, my time has grown short, and yours lies ahead. The time is yours to take.
Time is so fleeting. For others. Apart from yourself, eh?
He nods and gestures for the door, which opens without him even having to touch it. And like a cloud of darkness, he flits out and into the night and disappears.
Bye.
The door shuts by itself after he exits. And again,
What a nice guy.
the carriage starts its journey southward. It is at that point that the mists once again begin to envelop your conveyance. You do not see the road any longer. You can only hear the rumbling of the wheels, the braying of the horses, the sound of the rain. And you begin to notice that it's getting quite cold. You can begin to see your breath misting inside of the wagon. And within a minute or 2 minutes, you feel like the ground beneath you is no longer gravel and paved stone, but is instead hard, packed snow as you hear the wheels begin to crunch through this frozen wasteland. Your breathing becomes perhaps a little bit more labored as the cold enters your lungs. It's a good thing that you have all that cold weather gear. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mikmick, you feel absolutely no difference, to be perfectly honest. And although it's taken us a little bit of time to get here, you have now reached your destination. High upon Mount Gakis. As you peer out to see that the mountainside has been inscribed with a myriad of patterns and sigils and figures. And in the midst of them, in the direct middle, a 20-foot aperture, a door, carved into the very rock of the mountain itself. The rain, of course, by this time has stopped. And the journey of your carriage has come to an end. That is where we're going to take our break. So, we'll be back as you guys finally have reached through some stressful situations and a vampire lord. No big deal. The Amber Temple. And I'll show you guys a handout when we get there, when we come back after break. So, how's a good 5-minute break? Is that good for you guys?
Good.
Super. We'll come back in 5 minutes for more Ravenloft Domains of Dread. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a bit. All right, we are back. Thank you for hanging out and waiting for us, folks. Here we go. So, as you guys can hear, the wailing sounds and the frost and the rime just coating the outside of the wagon. Those of you who ate or drank something within the carriage now have the effects of a long rest.
Sweet.
Lucky y'all.
Even if you tasted nothing.
Well,
Is
Mikmick
it too
didn't
late to roll for my staff? Because it's supposed to be at dusk.
what is dusk in
It was
Yeah, because
dusk.
I have something for dawn.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's
I don't
definitely
know.
not dawn.
Yeah, I've got a dusk and a dawn one, and so I'm like,
I'll go ahead and say that it's definitely not dawn, because it has not yet been enough time for you to take a long rest, but you did get the effects of a long rest whilst in the carriage. Just
We got
because
the effects, but we didn't officially start a long rest, correct?
Correct.
We didn't actually take one?
Exactly.
All right, cool. That is important for some of my shit.
It
So.
is.
And
I
we
think that
haven't
was very
hit dawn yet, so I don't roll for my mind sharpener.
Very
Alright,
true.
Cool.
And we still don't have full hit points, correct?
I don't believe so. I think some of you are still lacking hit points.
Unless you got the long rest.
Correct.
Oh no, I meant the hit points we lost.
yeah, the permanent negative ones.
Oh, for the people who had hit point drain. Gotcha.
For the people,
Gotcha.
it's a good point. It's a good point. Let's talk about that for a second. For those of you who were subject to the bite of a vampire, who had hit point maximums drained, if you had the effects of a long rest, that hit point maximum drain goes away. So you go back to your natural maximum hit points that you were prior to being bitten by a vampire.
That's better. Good.
Thank
That
goodness.
helps.
such is the price of being wary.
It's like, you fools! Don't you understand what you've done?
I don't even understand. Like, Louisa doesn't understand, but she's also like, I'm not taking any chances. Like, no. So
And when you get half your hit dice back, it's half your hit dice rounded down, correct?
Correct.
Okay, cool. Just making sure I gave myself the right
I think
number.
most to all things in D&D 5e are rounded down. That's a good
Yeah,
rule
it's like the
of thumb.
artificer gets to round a couple of random things up, but most of the time it's rounded down.
Damn artificers.
All right.
Okay. So you look outside of the carriage windows, which, you know, the cold and frost and snow are certainly intruding upon the interiors here within the carriage. It's cold, right? This is the high up in the mountains. And yet somehow or other, the carriage, without snow tires, made it up here.
It has full 4-mare drive.
Of course, yes.
Excellent horsepower.
Absolutely. At least 4
Only 4
horsepower.
Well, I mean, they're
That's a lot back
Barovia
then.
horses, so they're
Hey, that's several thousand
1.2.
watts. That's good.
They're 1.5 horsepower per horse, so it's about 6 horsepower.
Maeve, this carriage has 4 nightmare drive. Just FYI.
Ah, there you go.
I can pun with the best. Not really. I suck at puns. All right. Anyway, every 1 horse is 12 horsepower. Did not know that. Thank you, Miss Deadite. I guess that means that every 1 horse has 12 horses inside of them.
Don't we all?
Oh God, I said that the really wrong way.
I had a joke and it left me just after. It was like, no, I don't.
This is truly, if Mates of Fate is still around, this is truly the weekend of horses. I don't know why.
Yes, horses.
Horsey drive.
The horsies.
Yes, I was going to say, don't you mean horsey?
Horsies.
Horsey
Lots
drive.
of horsies. Okay, we're gonna
Cool
keep on.
horses.
We're moving forward. We are not stopping this carriage for any bullshit. Here we go.
We're not turning this around.
We are definitely not turning this around. In fact, so much so the entire carriage ejects the 4 of you, leaves you on the side of the road. No.
Mid-drift.
But
We
yeah,
didn't check the carriage.
for ejector seats. Yes, exactly. Yeah.
We didn't tip the driver.
Rookie
Oh, wait,
mistake.
there isn't a driver.
There is a driver.
Uncle Sam, or not Uncle Sam, Sam the Eagle would be proud.
You are all weirdos.
Remember, don't tip the driver.
That said, the carriage certainly has brought you to this place, this massive doorway in the side of the mountain.
Get
Great,
inside.
more
It's
snow.
freezing.
Heading up
I think
towards
it's
it.
that bad, actually. And then she looks down at the gloves and goes, oh, yeah.
Mhm.
I mean, at least it's not magical poisonous snow with diseases. Probably.
You look
Thank
Ooh,
you.
doors.
you look directly at the sort of front of this temple facade, right? The front of the temple. And you see that carved into the mountain are, which you could see from where you were, the sort of like alcoves. And inside each of these alcoves are 20 foot tall statues carved from a single block of some kind of orange brown stone. Doesn't look like the
Do they have
same grayish stone as the mountainside.
Do they have their heads?
They do. But
Is
you
it
can't
amber?
see their faces because the statues are depictions of hooded, faceless figures. Heads
Alright.
down, like so, hands clasped together in prayer.
If we look away and look back, are they looking at us?
You know, it's funny. Make a perception check, Mikmick.
Do they get closer?
Make a perception check. why
Oh,
not?
no.
You know,
Weeping Angels, party of 2.
You're gonna
I'm rather surprised that the elf came here, actually.
Are you gonna take Clank, whatever the fuck this guy's name? Are you gonna take him with you? Clink.
Yes, but I don't have access to his token.
You don't? My bad. Shit.
No.
I'm the
I
worst
have
DM
roads
ever.
too.
God damn it.
You're fired.
Perception.
We're not.
Totally fucking fired.
We must not
Nice.
tell lies.
Okay.
I do see some shit at least.
Let me just give you your proficiency bonus is still 3, correct?
Yes.
Super. All right. So you can now control this particular homunculus servant, Red. Congratulations.
Go. I'll bring him up.
There we go. And off he goes. Okay. Here's the thing. As you guys approach, because it looks like you guys have already sort of gone inside, which is great. Thank you so much. I love this. I love your eagerness to begin. Let me give you
Wanted to get out of the wind.
totally. Let me tell you what you see as you approach these statues. The statues themselves have this sort of unnerving look to them. The heads of the statues, they sort of tilt at different consecutive angles like that, which gives the impression of movement between one statue and the next, with the final statue appearing to sort of look at you. Does anyone has anyone gone to Disney World or Disneyland?
Yes, I have.
Do you know the Haunted Mansion ride?
Yes.
You know when you are going through the Haunted Mansion ride and there are busts, and as you go through that room of busts, all the busts sort of like turn as you go past them and start to stare at you. No matter what angle you look, they all sort of stare at you. That's what that's kind of like.
Louisa's very drunk after drinking her entire flask, and so she just spends a minute outside just kind of like swaying and looking and watching the eyes follow her.
Yeah, it's definitely giving you an intense feeling of unease, Louisa. Mikmick, as you progress down the stairs here, which are sort of a 20-foot tall, this 20-foot tall entryway, there's a staircase that leads downwards. You see that there are doors on either side of the stairway.
Yes.
Yeah, there's 2 sets of
I
doors.
100% want to play with this new functionality where I can open a door.
Yes, you can. Now, with Roll20, you can open doors.
I'm going to open that door.
Okay, you open that door. Here's what you see inside. You see a room. This room is empty.
I see that.
It actually yeah. What is your passive wisdom, by the way, Mona?
My passive perception?
Passive perception. Sorry.
Passive perception is 15.
Fantastic. Yeah, you feel like this door would have somehow or other probably been, in a way, almost like the door itself. Like you noticed, you knew it was a door, even though it was probably not meant to be a door. Like you think it was probably like some kind of a door that was meant to be a secret door, but clearly not for you because you noticed it right away. I mean, that's kind of like the way it is.
I'm going to go look at the one on the other side now.
Yeah.
Oh, look, another empty room.
Yeah, you go into that, you open that door, which is clearly meant to be a door, and there's just a whole bunch of collapsed debris, like a skeleton inside here.
I was going to say, is that a corpse?
Oh, yeah, very much so. A skeletal corpse inside.
Delightful.
You shut the door.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Do you think it's kind of weird that he came here, though? I mean, didn't he want to leave this place?
Did, and also this might just be me being suspicious about everything, but I do find it strange that the one person who we know was affected by something in this land is the only one still alive.
Well, then let's find him quickly, find out what's wrong with him, and then get out.
Moynat
Also-
and Mikmick, apologies for interrupting. I just want to sort of give you guys a description of what you see when the two of you who have clearly entered inside. What you see. You see that you're standing right now atop a 20-foot wide balcony of black marble. Everything in here is black marble. Aside from the statues that you saw outside, which were made of some kind of strange orange stone, This black marble is unfortunately not OSHA approved because it has a shattered railing overlooking a vast floor probably 20 feet below you. On the western side, Muadnhait, you look to your west and you see that there is a staircase that's descending to the floor. I think I said 20 feet, but I meant to say 30 feet below you. And the eastern staircase where Mikmick was looking moments before over here is decayed and completely crumbled and unusable. The walls and the ceiling of the temple are covered in a strange orange glaze that seems to be stiffened and hard, lending the room a strange sort of golden sheen as light plays off of it in strange, odd ways. And on the western side of the room here, which I'm going to sort of move guys to. Oops. I can open doors too. Over here.
Yeah.
Over here.
Yes.
You see that the doors are not made of stone, but made of that same amber substance.
Interesting.
I can circulate where we are. Okay.
The two of you coming. It's less windy in here.
Yes, I'm coming.
Mikmick's gonna open this door that's right next to him.
Okay. Let me just make sure that...
And I was just trying not to leave her alone, honestly, but it's...
Thank you.
Okay. That door. Yes. Okay.
I don't like the way he said that.
Did you open the door? Sorry, apologies if you
Yes.
did. Okay, cool.
He did, yes.
When you open that door, I'll show you what you see. Yeah, it's a trap. It's a trap. No.
Rocks all everyone dies.
You end of campaign. The the room opens into a sizable one, actually one of the largest ones that you've been to thus far. And this particular room, did I get it right? Give me 1 second here. There's just so many rooms in this place. Oh, it is right. Why does it go from X4 to X? Oh, weird. Hold on for 1 second, folks. I don't know why they didn't have these rooms in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then right to 15. What? That makes no sense. Oh, that's why. Okay.
Uh-oh.
Sorry. I know why.
There are 14 hidden doors.
Here we go. Honestly, this room opens up, and it's just like a stony, collapsed, empty room of dead ends. There's a door here in the north, but there does seem to be something over here. You're not quite sure what it is. It seems to be some kind of strange circular something in the floor. Not quite sure.
Well, Mikmick's
For
going to
some
enter
reason,
and
it
have a
looked
look.
like it was a giant head statue to me.
Unfortunately not.
Like, bald head, and then, like, that's an eye above a puffy cheek, and that's an eye above a puffy cheek.
Yeah, it looks like, as you get closer to it, Mikmick, it looks like that it seems to be like a hole in the floor. And there's a dark shaft that goes all the way down below what your vision goes to some kind of a darkened recess below you.
That's
We-
a no, then.
We've passed the main entrance, right?
I beg your pardon?
Found hole.
We've passed the main entrance, right?
Correct. You guys have entered through the main entrance.
Okay. Does anything feel any different? Because Strahd has said that he could only help us up to the entrance.
Correct.
And
Okay.
Alanic had previously said that the Amber Temple was inhospitable to Strahd or something, or to the Lord of the Realm or something. So Louisa is going to come up beside Muadnhait now that we're past the entrance, and she's going to lean close and say, given what we've been told, you might be able to get a message through if you were to try it now.
I could do that. Tiny one, would you like me to try?
Mikmick is looking down the hole when you mentioned it. It's like, what? Oh, you want to try and do another sending in this place?
Yes, where, theoretically, Strahd can't intercept it, though who knows if whatever dwells here can.
I think you should try something a little bit more contained for the moment, just to make sure that we can maybe actually even cast spells.
I'll cast a message to Mikmick and say, can you hear me?
Can't do it.
Yes, you can
Can
hear
you?
her. Yeah.
Okay, so that seemed to work. No problems, I don't think.
It's entirely up to you.
Well, I don't want you to go through this temple with, well, one of your spells gone. So, if you want to, I'm not going to stop you, but
And let's wait and see what this temple holds, and then perhaps before we leave the confines.
yes.
Louisa holds up one hand and just says, "Forgive me, Mikmick." And she turns back to Muadnhait and she says, "I was thinking more of trying to get in touch with Alanic."
Oh. Well, yes, I suppose I could try that as well.
It's up to you, but we know that 2 of them are dead. We know that Shayleith is under some
Somewhere.
sort of something, and he's somewhere here. And I don't know that Alanic gave us any further instruction other than get here. So I don't know what to do here.
I
He's
assume if
not-
there's another amber plinth, we're supposed to destroy it as we did the last one.
Oh, you've destroyed one of these before?
Well,
did.
sort of. We brought the house
Kind of.
down around it.
Wait, actually,
I think it was going to grow back or something. I don't actually remember.
Yes. Didn't Alex say that, yes, they got it back?
didn't
Or
the
that one did.
didn't the plinth
Yes.
have an effect on magic?
I don't seem to recall it having an effect on mine, which was some time ago.
Yes.
I mean, you did walk towards it and then fall into a icky abyss.
Well, no, I chose to jump into it. That was entirely my own doing.
I should have just said that. I wouldn't have tried to throw a rope to you. Fine. You seem like you had yourself handled.
It was fine in the end.
I did forget to show you the outside handout. I promised that I would show you to, and I don't like going back on promises. This is what the Amber Temple looks like from the outside. That's what it
Ew,
looks
that's
like.
creepy as heck.
Ooh.
That's cool, though.
It's like
I
a
like it.
snowy Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade.
Yes.
Mhm.
Nice.
Yeah,
We like
that's
it.
really cool.
I wouldn't build a summer home here, but, you know, I find it rather charming.
Okay. Let me just move this over so Mr.
Mikmick
Chat can
will
see.
chuck
Get
down
checked
a
out.
copper piece down the hole to see how deep it goes. Hearing the clinking
Yeah,
of the
sure.
I
You chuck a
thought it was
copper
a
piece.
bed.
Ting.
copper piece.
Watch it go down, and you hear ting, 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 ting. You estimate it's about 30, 40 feet. But you can't see down it, which is the weirdest thing.
gonna go ahead
Found
and
some
flip her
bed.
goggles down.
Okay.
Oh, and also, the game's afoot.
Your hat appears and then shrinks into the size of a magnifying glass. Into your head.
Just start scanning for magic.
Okay. The creepy thing about using this magnifying glass is looking around. All of the doors in this place that you've passed thus far, which have been made of this amber material, this sort of translucent amber stone, all are glowing with magic.
Doors are magical. And she'll wander over to the edge of the hole and, like, peer down the hole.
Yeah, you don't see any further than Mikmick did. You don't see down to the bottom.
Even with the goggles.
Well, we both have the same.
Oh, do we? Okay, great.
But there's some old beds in here, looks like. With frames.
Let's
Is
go
that what I'm
and
saying?
move over here. So it looks like Amnestria's opened the door to another room. Close this out.
And I have composed a potential message to send to Ilonic, but waiting to see what's going on.
Fair, completely fair.
'Cause I have words left, so if there are more developments, I will include them.
Okay. Yeah, you actually opened this door and you see that there are shattered bits of wood covering the floor of this rather frigid, squalid 20-foot square room. You could estimate it was probably some kind of like perhaps a barracks at one time, long in the past.
All right. I mean, I don't know if there's anything useful in this room, but
Doesn't seem like it.
I guess I can look.
You could make an investigation if you want to take some time to do it, sure.
Yeah, I mean,
Go
we're all
for
kind
it.
of doing our own thing.
Why not?
Mikmick would say to Louisa and just say, do you think I should have a look down the hole?
It's at 13.
You don't see anything
Do you mean
in
like-
there, Amnestria.
Fair enough.
Do you mean by going down into the hole, or do you mean by some other means?
By going down in the hole, but not like this.
If the hole is so deep that we can't see the bottom, then that's quite a ways down. Do we even have that much room?
I believe I won't need the room.
Can you fly now?
I can do something more
I-
than that.
I feel like going down the hole is a bad idea, but
At least until we have a better idea of what else is here, I do agree.
Fair
In
enough.
the end, it may be our only option.
So we may. Why don't I just send Clink down?
how's he going to get back up?
He's gonna fly.
Oh, he does
Fair
have
enough.
wings.
Yes.
Can you? No, he's not a familiar. Never mind. I rescind the question. I did not
Mhm.
ask. And she hiccups.
I mean, I doubt Charlotte is down the hole, though. I feel like we should look at the other rooms first, but do what you think is best.
Yeah, I
Louisa
think
comes up behind Amnestria and just looks at this room with the magnifying glass.
Yeah, you see just like spatters of like when like CSI guys go into a place, they're like, ooh, look at
Mhm.
that's a mess. No, you don't see that at all. In fact,
Oh.
you don't see anything.
Luminal.
Yeah, nothing in that room except just old bed frames.
Nothing magical in here
Nope.
except for the doors. That door. That door. That door. What about this door over here?
That door's
This
closed.
one.
The door's closed.
Not
Okay.
anymore.
Moynot
Open up
opens
the
the door, pushing the door open, and showcasing a long hallway, it seems. This hallway has, from your perspective, let me double check on this. Yeah. From your perspective, you look down the hallway. On the wall to the west, you see that there are like openable, what seem to be like windows or arrow slits. You're not quite sure what they are.
That's right. Because Moadnhait was looking at it thinking, those can't be doors because that's a solid wall. She was about to be like, do 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 do,
Yep.
do 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 do, do 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 do, do do do.
The walls are covered over now, even more so than they have been in previous rooms, with amber. This sort of glaze of amber over all of the walls. There's a closed door in the middle of the east wall over here.
Yes.
And
Be careful not to ping right on it anymore. 'Cause
I'm
we'll
not
just open
pinging
that
nothing.
door.
I'm not pinging anything. I give up on the pinging. And yeah, there are cracks in the black marble floor that run the entire length of the hall.
Which way? You said like arrow slits,
Mhm.
like tall, long, thin openings.
Yes, long, perhaps 7 or 8 inch
for the
long,
Over here, these
thin
guys.
arrow slits.
Which way is the bevel, for lack of a?
The bevel is this way. So, like, if you're looking into it, it looks like someone would, if the arrow slit, you would shoot out of it from this hallway into the hall below or outward. Does that make
All right.
sense?
So, yeah. So if it was a booby trap, it would be one for below.
Correct. Not for
where
here.
we are. Okay.
It's a defensive
Okay.
position of sorts. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So Louisa just kind of looks around. So with the magnifying glass. Everywhere is with magnifying glass right now. And she just goes, probably not trapped. Probably for down below.
Very well. I'm going to continue down the hallway then.
Okay.
Also, I'm not
Appears
sure
to
if
be
he
another
knows.
door here.
That door is
Sorry, go
open. The door here at
This
the
one?
end of
Oh,
the
there's-
hallway,
That one is open, yes.
all the way to the north, does seem to be open from your perspective.
There's an open door at the end of the hallway. Perhaps our erstwhile elf has gone in that direction.
Hector, where are you?
No,
The
Hector's
elf
dead.
isn't. Yes, Hector's quite dead.
Hector's super dead.
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean Hector. I meant Shayleigh.
I'm right here. Yeah, no.
There's also a closed door here.
There is.
So
I'll
these
open
three
up the
on
door.
Oh,
Right?
These guys over here are the arrow slits.
Mm-hmm.
the three are the arrow slits. Okay, great.
Yeah. And this is
Do
an
we-
actual door.
Great.
Do we open the door?
It's up to you.
I don't see why not.
Dasha.
Boom! You
That's
open the
amazing.
door, Amnestria. I love the fact that you
Nice.
can open doors now. This
I
is
love it too. It's
awesome.
so great.
I'm happy. I'm very happy about
Open
this.
all the doors.
Open all
So
the
you don't have to
doors.
flip down to dynamic lighting and move a little block anymore. I agree.
This is an interesting one because this is a chamber that seems to, in some way or another, be brightly lit by red copper lanterns that hang from the ceiling. The walls are sheathed in amber that has been shaped into bas-reliefs of what seem to be wizards, robed figures with spell books that they seem to be furiously studying.
Interesting. Wonder if this room might tell us a bit more about what this place was.
Does your
I
Did
will
you-
go through the door.
does your magnifying glass work in here?
You see? And she goes in.
You see that there are stairs here and here, which sort of angle upwards to what seems to be some kind of like a stage or lectern
Uh-huh.
up there on the eastern wall.
Ah, okay. Now I'm getting the dimensions of this room.
Yep.
Okay.
The lectern is made out of some kind of a black stone, like an obsidian. And behind this lectern, you see a slab of black slate hanging from chains.
Is anything in here magical?
Let's see.
Or I'll go the other side so as not to leave us both.
Yeah, nothing in this room is magical. But
Okay.
do a make a either a history check or just a bare bones wisdom check. Oh, you know what? No, actually, make an intelligence check. Any of you, I don't care. Matters not.
Check.
Mine's gonna be terrible, but I'll make one.
That's fine. Actually,
11.
yours would absolutely make sense why it would be terrible for this. Why not?
Well, I mean, I
got a
purposely
12.
gave myself a moderate or low,
Wow.
relatively low end.
I think I found your Achilles heel, folks. Hold on. Let's see. Can
Well,
Mick...
no, Mikmick's not here yet. The
Mikmick,
artificer's got to
yeah.
make
That's
his
true.
choice.
Come on, Mikmick.
So was it investigation or
Intelligence.
Just
Straight
intelligence.
straight intelligence?
What
Oh no!
the fuck? What the fuck?
So distracted
Oh
from being
no!
dead.
Oh
None of you know
As-
the significance of this room. It's so strange.
No. As I'm walking up the stairs, I'm singing a little song to myself. Oh my god.
What song?
Why? Well, the thing is, I was going to say that I did this before we started making the int checks.
Okay.
Let me just put this in chat.
Okay. Fall of the Clever Animal? Oh, Tale of the Clever Animal.
Tale of the Clever Animal. So I could theoretically.
Okay, so
If
roll
I
another.
started singing this before I made the check, I could give myself I can roll one of my bardic
Give a
inspiration
bardic
die.
inspiration. I love that. Roll a
Dude.
bardic inspiration die.
5. So that makes my roll a
Yay.
17.
17.
Nice.
Okay. Tale of the Clever Animal. There once was a mule named Manny. I don't even know. Who didn't know
Louisa's
his
just gone straight to human sacrifice, and the
There
train
once
has
was-
left the station.
who didn't know
There
his
once
thumb
was
from
a
his
bear who
fanny.
went to the fair.
I don't even
No.
know. Okay.
There once was a bear who went to the fair to
Who?
meet a young maiden with long flowing hair.
You're much better at
He
this, Sarah.
sang her a song and he wrote her a rhyme. And now they're in love till the end of time.
Oh my God! Damn it! Damn it, Sarah!
That was a really pretty song.
I liked it.
I'm surprised you know what a bear is, though.
Yeah, for real. Maybe she heard of a bear, even though she's never seen one.
There's probably like bear skins in some
That's
shipwrecks
true.
that I've seen
They're
or
all
something.
rotted and covered with moss.
Sea bears.
The three
Yeah.
bears under the
bears.
sea. Sea bears. Actually,
Sea bear.
I have heard of sea wolves. I think there are sea wolves. There are actually monsters called
Okay.
sea wolves, but whatever. Anyway, why not? You for some reason or another, maybe you saw like a picture in an old seafaring manual one day of a boy going to school. This is a lecture hall. The plinth behind this obsidian lectern is what some might call, from our time, a blackboard.
Oh.
This makes it even funnier that Louisa has gone straight to human sacrifice, and there's no backing her up from it. She's just like,
Well, because in the
I don't
picture it
trust
does look
it.
like it's down like a slab, like this, not like
Yep.
this.
Yep, that's.
I mean, I think education definitely is torture, so, you know.
Hey,
also, I
Yeah.
feel like she's still covered in blood.
it's true.
So
I'm
she's
just surprised
like,
that
"Oh, God."
Mikmick
Didn't
Mikmick
know.
is the one that-
Mikmick
people
didn't know.
Didn't recognize the school.
Yeah, he's like,
I mean,
why do I not remember this place?
He did die today, so.
He did. He's having a rough day.
It's like that meme
Yeah,
of
we'll sort of-
Gandalf. You know that meme of Gandalf when he's in Moria? He's like,
I have
I
no
have no
memory
memory
of
of this
this
place. Yes.
I'm sorry, the most recent meme I've seen of Gandalf is him with some big old huge titties. So, like, just-
Why?
Sorry, what?
I don't know why. I
Sorry,
didn't,
what?
Like,
I know the meme, but I don't
you
want
do. Thank you.
I know
Thank
what
you.
it is.
How did we get off
I'll be
topic
Googling it later.
so fast?
So,
I
Why
remember
not?
it was all these, but
upon finishing her clever little song, Will sort of walk up to her and say, I do believe that someone would stand here and speak to the people down there so that they could learn things. And they
to
would write on this thing here. Is there anything written on it, or
No.
like the ghosts of anything written
Just
on it?
coated in dust.
Draw the dust.
Why not?
Fine.
We'll use her finger to draw a little seahorse
Mm-hmm.
in the dust.
Gorgeous.
anatomy class.
Um,
They like chopped open the bodies on the. Yeah, I got it. I'm with you. Hmm.
I was just thinking, Muadnhait's got long nails, doesn't she?
Oh God.
No!
Oh God.
Oh, God.
No.
No, she's
Don't-
not going
don't
to do that.
That sound,
She
please.
actually is perfectly. She actually has perfectly normal fingernails unless she's in her Ravenloft.
Yeah.
God.
I was just gonna say that. I'm like, since Muadnhait hasn't seen a chalkboard before, what happens if
on chalkboard sounds.
Lord.
No, not doing that to any of you. That's
Thank
evil.
you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
we all know what it sounds like?
Hmm.
So no remnants of anything that had been taught in this space
No.
lying around the lectern or anything, or under
Nope.
the benches. No.
But you get the
No
feeling that
thought?
this is most likely based on the fact that you have, let's see, wizards, books, spell books. This may, in fact, have been some kind of a lecture hall for the wizarding types.
Or learning magic. Interesting.
Are there
Real?
any spell books around?
No. Clearly,
over
here.
not a one.
Okay.
No deranged half elves.
I'm bored.
No amber plinths.
We should go. We should just check out the place down the hall.
Shaylee,
Okay.
where are you?
You start saying, Shayleith, where are you?
Yes.
Are we trying to haunt him now?
Huh?
I'm guessing this is some kind of funky statue that has been blocked out with dynamic lighting.
What you see instead, though, no, that is not a funky statue at all. In fact, this is some kind of the walls and in eastern portion of this room actually have just collapsed, like 100%. That's why
okay.
there's just nothing there. You only see that to the west, and obviously where you just came in now from the south are these open amber doors. Yeah, that's what you see. Amnestria, as you sort of peer through the western door, you now are able to see something very strange indeed. Ooh, oh my goodness.
Is
Oh
it
my.
Whoa.
giant statue
There
there?
is, in fact, a giant statue, which you can see from this place here, which seems to be some kind of a balcony. Which faces the opposite balcony that you were on. You couldn't see that far back into the gloomy darkness. But now that you're on the opposite side of that enormous space, you are able to see that there is, in fact, right over here. Make sure the chat can see it. Yep, they can. This 40-foot tall statue.
And
Is
is
that
this
in-
the area that the arrow thing was looking down on?
The arrow thing.
The arrow slits?
Yes.
The arrow
We're pretty north of those, though.
You are north of them. That is correct. But the arrow slits themselves were looking down into the space below, right? You're up about 20 feet. The statue is at your eye level. So if you look down, this statue going down is 40 feet, right? 20 feet plus another 20 feet.
Oh, so this is the bottom of the collapsed staircase.
That is... Oh, yes, over there. That is correct. You're looking
and
down
then
towards there.
and then right above it are the arrow slits.
That is correct. Yes,
Yeah, okay.
you've got the perspective now.
Statue? Anything?
Not glowing with magic.
I know, that's what someone built.
You know,
this
for-
place.
For a temple, this place I would expect to be crawling with magic.
Make an
Smell-
Arcana check, though, since you're looking at it.
Okie dokie. 12.
What it's doing is it's holding out its hands like this, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's cowled, just like the statues in the front of the temple. You can't see its face, right? There's just blackness there. This statue stands between this balcony that you're standing on, and there's another balcony to the west, way over on this side, which you can't see. It's sort of wreathed in blackness at this point in time. You do see that there are some doors here,
Mm-hmm.
and perhaps so if you walk a little further west, you can see another door further to
Looks
the
like
west
there's
over
one-
there.
Yes, down there.
Yes.
And yeah, that's what you see.
Glad this railing survived.
Are
Can
there
I also-
any?
Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, like, is there any dust on the floor? Is there any tracks or anything like that? Like that we can see
Where you
other
are?
than
Yeah. Go ahead and make a
other than
survival
the open
check.
doors?
Make a survival
Okay.
check.
Survival.
That's a 10 with your
11.
stress point.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Oh,
It is
yeah,
a
I forgot
10.
about this.
Apologies.
No, totally fine. Yeah,
I don't think I've made a single check, so
sucks. No, you do not see any tracks.
May I look for tracks up here where we are to see if it looks like our friend came through this area?
Sure. Survival check.
All right,
Okay.
hold on.
Oh,
I
bummer.
can still add a D8 to that though. So I can do this for 10 minutes. So it makes it a
6 plus 7.
13 with my
13.
stress point.
Yeah, you do not see any tracks in the dust.
Can I also do?
I think he came through here.
Everybody's looking on the ground for tracks. You guys will all watch each other, looking in the tracks, not finding
I
anything.
was actually going to ask if I could also do an Arcana check with the statue.
Absolutely.
The way you said that, Matt, just made me want to look at the ceiling to see if there's tracks with
On the
like,
ceiling?
where to climb.
Are there tracks on the ceiling?
I don't think
Louisa,
she need that.
Louisa is drunk enough to where she's just gonna go, like just waiting to see if there's something. Pretty much, that's her right
I
now.
love
She's
it.
like, I can't see out of both eyes right now. It's easier if I go like this.
I rolled the same thing as Louisa.
Yeah, unfortunately, Amnestria, you don't notice anything noticeable, or I should say magically noticeable. They're magically noticeable about the statue.
Right. Louisa, you really shouldn't be so close to the ledge there. That seems like a bad idea.
Looks like
Really?
Mikmick has indeed opened a door here.
He has, as I'm watching from behind him.
Yeah, Mikmick, when you opened this door, yes, that's one.
Rats
That
bite
one.
your face.
You die. No.
Rocks fall, everyone dies.
Here we go. That door is basically just a very single. It looks like it's got scuff marks on the floor. Certainly not new ones or even more recent ones. But you do again notice that there is an arrow slit, an openable arrow slit here on the south wall of this room. So it looks like, you're getting the feeling, based on the fact that there are multiple defensive positions here, where people could potentially sort of ensconce themselves and fire things out of, down into the pit or the chamber below with the giant statue. That whoever was coming in here, whoever was using this space, clearly wanted to be, it doesn't go without saying that, or goes without saying, that they wanted to be able to defend themselves easily.
Indeed.
Like a coliseum, almost.
You don't get the feeling like it's a coliseum. You don't get the feeling like of an arena.
Protecting.
Exactly. Protecting themselves.
From what?
People who don't like wizards, I don't know.
I guess.
I want to make sure you
What's-
guys didn't leave
what's-
anything behind. Oh yes, the room that you are in currently that does not have the arrow slits. This room here. Yes?
Yeah, so there was like a crumbled statue.
There
of them.
is, over here on the eastern wall.
Yeah.
You do in fact see, make sure I get this right. Yes, that's correct. A bare stone room, of course. A foyer to the west, which you are currently standing in, and a shrine to the east. Here. That particular shrine.
Shrine.
It's a shrine. You shrine.
Thank God.
You see that there are a couple of
The wine of gods.
candlesticks lying on the dusty floor, but in the shrine, as you approach it, Louisa, you see that there are fragments of some kind of obsidian stone statue scattered in this alcove at the eastern end of the chamber. That's it. Whatever was what's the word I'm looking for? Not
Venerated?
Thank you. Venerated. Whatever was venerated here, whatever was prayed to, whatever was made an idol of. Clearly, no longer. It's in fragments, shattered completely.
So there seems to be 2 types of stone that are prevalent here, obsidian and amber?
Correct.
Okay. Louisa's gonna pick up a shard of the obsidian and just kind of, like, hold it. Does it seem to have some heft to it? Is it crumbly? Like, she'll even, like, look at the...
It's very...
with her magnifying glass.
Even in its ancient, decrepit state, it's extremely sharp. Like, you
Whoa.
look at the piece of it, and the fragments of it are just like... If you cut yourself the wrong way, it would just slice right through your hand.
We'll put it in her pocket.
Got it.
Or in her
Mikmick
bag.
was going
Just
to
why
do
not?
a very similar thing and grab some pieces of obsidian.
Dragon
for
glass,
his-
baby.
Dragon glass.
Why not is getting back down the hall, having
Okay.
determined that there is nothing to see.
Roger that.
Grab a couple of shards of that as well, I guess.
Okay.
Wrap it to your arrows.
Any significance to
actually.
obsidian that I can think of?
What do you mean by that?
Like, because there are a bunch of statues that have been destroyed, and of
For sure.
perhaps certain gods. Are there any gods that she can think of that obsidian is like their sacred stone or anything like that?
None that you would be aware of, considering your background.
Okie dokie.
Good question, though.
You have presented me with a mystery, Matt.
I
will
know.
get to the bottom.
Damn it, Nancy
Or
Drew!
not.
So,
Drunk
You've
or
got the
not, I
investigation
will
glass.
find it.
You've got the investigation glass out.
I do. I'm here.
I will use this as a spyglass.
I love drunk Nancy Drew.
Drunk.
Hello.
She's Nancy Dwoo. It's
So-
cool.
Nancy Blue.
Nancy Dwoo, and I don't like Nick anymore, you guys. Nick? That was her boyfriend's name? Right?
I don't know. I never
Yes.
read those damn books. I was a Hardy's
Trixie
boy
Belding
kid.
Girl myself. I was a
Okay.
Trixie Belding girl. Trixie and her best friend Honey Wheeler, you guys. They were so superior
Yep.
to Nancy Drew. It was
Mhm.
great.
So just in case you're wondering where Moynat has went, or has gone to,
I'm back at the I'm back in the
she
main,
went all
like,
the way
foyer area.
south to the main balcony that you guys were all sort of clustered around. If you want to rejoin her there, it's your choice.
Main balcony. All the way back down.
What's your question, Amnestria? You've got a look on your face like you want to ask me something.
Mrs.
the ledge
Steppenwolf.
across from us,
I'm sorry, the what?
does it look like the ledge?
Oh, the
across from
ledge.
us?
Yes.
Yeah, like over here. Does it look like the doors on the other side can be opened?
Yes.
From here? Like not
You're talking
Okay,
about
so-
these ones right here and right here.
yes.
Oh yeah, they're made of that same amber material. So they definitely look like they can be opened in the same fashion.
Great. Then I'm going to go
Hmm.
back with Monat then for now.
Solid. Good choice.
Not going to misty step across to it.
Not yet, I'm not.
Red is
I'm sure
really
we can
trying
get
hard.
there.
to
He's
get us to
doing
interact
he's
with
doing
this
good.
statue.
He's doing the Lord's work right now. Thank you, Red.
To get us to interact with that statue.
Yeah.
He already encouraged me to jump onto it using my dope monk shit, as he put it.
I mean, I'm
TM.
thinking, definitely
I
thinking
just
about
opened
it.
a door with nothing behind it.
You know, you give this guy a little bit of a fucking death complex, and next thing you know, he's just the force of chaos in the campaign. It's fine.
He is
I just-
chaotic.
Like,
door,
I
and
feel
there's
nothing. To be fair,
nothing
I'm
there.
making
True.
the same decisions.
Yeah.
Man,
He
I
is a
just opened the
chaotic.
door and there's nothing there.
Which one? Oh, this door.
This one.
Ooh, let me check and see what that is. Yeah,
It doesn't
okay.
seem to
It's a
be.
fake door. No, I'm kidding. That's strange. Wait, did I fuck up the dynamic lighting? No, I didn't. Oh, that's
Did
why.
you accidentally leave an old school dynamic lighting door under
I
it?
did. Damn it.
Oh.
That's okay. We forgive you.
There we go.
Hey! Oh, more broken beds.
If we're gonna go there, I'll go here.
Okay, you guys are opening doors willy nilly. I love it.
Oh.
Here's what happens when you open
We can.
that
Oh,
door.
dear.
Oh, here we go.
Bum,
Okay.
bum, bum.
Yes, actual
Something's gonna happen
lighting.
eventually.
You knew. I mean, it was just lulling you into a false sense of security eventually that you would find my hidden room. No. Here we go. This room
trap.
is room 15. It's a trap!
This room is a bedroom.
It's a trap! Okay.
A bedroom or a dead room?
Jesus. Because
What's
always
the
my
difference?
way. Torches
Here's
in
where the human sacrifices are.
torches in sconces light this bare stone room. You see 6 bedrolls that have not been used recently lying in the corners of the room. Congratulations. You found my bedroom. You may enter
a door.
if you decide.
What are
And
these
what
little-
I'm assuming is this a
Oh.
dynamic lighting glitch or is that a hidden doorway?
No, it's not a dynamic lighting glitch, and it is not a hidden doorway. What you are seeing, however, is a very small, perhaps 1 to 2 foot wide crack in the wall.
Other one to the north.
I'm gonna go try to stare into it.
Okay.
Louisa
Careful,
goes
my
to the
step
one
back.
up to the north.
Louisa goes to the door here.
I see snow. So
You
is
do.
it cold air? Is
You-
it leading outside?
You feel a distinct draft coming in through this crack in the wall.
This seems like the worst room to put a bedroom in.
Exactly. Very cold. Moving away.
Okay.
Goes to the crack in the north. Otherwise known as
that's-
Jon Snow.
I was gonna
I'm
say.
sorry, I
Oh
know.
my God! Jesus Christ, Megan. The crack in the north. The crack in the north.
Oh,
Or the Kraken in the north might be Theon Greyjoy.
Release the
There you
kraken
go.
in the north. All right.
But
I
she's
think
got
that's
the...
actually that's just the edge of that door, not quite touching the wall.
Oh, okay. Is that what it is? Because I was like, there
Yeah.
seems to be another little cracky crack up here that I can see. But all right. Oh wait,
Damn.
now it's larger.
Damn door.
Hot.
That's just my door being a door instead of a
Oh,
door. What they should be
okay.
doing
Yeah.
a door. There we go. My fault.
I mean,
Nothing magic in this room.
No, just beds. But beds are always
forgot what
magic
hand-
in my worlds. So anyway,
Oh god.
What
it's
are
only
the
if we have
little
a bod.
on the floor?
Go
that are
wait in
not-
the pit.
I'm sorry. I'm a bad person, and I should be punished.
Now, can someone squeeze through this crack in the wall?
If they were about a foot wide, sure.
Just a
Mikmick
foot.
probably
I mean,
could.
I can turn sideways. Like,
Yeah,
you
I
know.
was gonna say. I mean,
I think Mikmick is technically a
fairly
small
small.
creature.
It
I
would
think you
be.
Oh wait, no.
It would be
She's
a.
got hips. Never mind.
It would be a tight fit. But you could do it.
I mean, we could do it either way.
That's true. Clink could certainly
Okay,
do it.
Hmm.
I'd
Can
rather
we
not.
hand Clink the magnifying glass and be like, here you go?
It just goes outside. I can see the snow.
Hey, it just goes outside. All right.
It's just a crack in the wall.
Well, this is
All
good to
we
know.
all
In case we need to like.
is just
force
another
a way
crack in
out.
the wall. Sorry.
Oh god.
Oh, that's an existential crisis I don't need at 12:52
And
a.m.
I'm opening the door in front of Louisa. Boom. Mage handed that door open.
Boom, baby.
Okay. The door
Oh,
opens.
what are those?
What are those?
Oh dear.
You look down the hallway,
Creepy.
and
Are those
there
green flame
are
skulls?
there are illuminated in the dark strange objects glowing with an perhaps effervescent greenish light. When the door opens, you hear a voice emanate from one of these two objects, which you see glowing with a sort of flaming, flickering green light. And the voice says, "Oh shit, we've been found out! Head for the hills, boys!" And the objects begin to flitter away from you.
Oh, I
What?
want to catch one.
Maybe I could upgrade to your skull.
Louise is gonna spend a key point and do Step of the Wind.
All right.
What? Why not sprinting right behind you?
Okay, you guys are running down the hallway towards these things, right?
Hell yes.
Make your runs. Go for it.
Okay, so sorry, I gotta figure out how far I can run because my 45. If I do Step of the Wind, 45, 90 plus. Okay, so
If I dash, I can get there.
oh, Oh, I might not need to do Step in the Wind, because that's...
What's your base speed?
45.
Then... Oh, wait, I can actually get there, because I just only did 25 on each and not 30 on each.
Here.
So, yeah.
So,
I
yeah,
can
so we
corner
can
them.
both
We
get
can both
there.
dash and get there.
Okay.
Yeah.
The doors to the north, which you see here, hopefully.
Don't see
Oh,
them,
sorry, beg
actually.
your pardon. That is not. I meant to say here. There are doors here, to the west, not to the north. Right here.
Oh, yeah.
So there's a couple of doors that line the hallway, right? There's a door here. There's a door here. As you run past them, they sort of like creak open, almost as if you didn't even need to push them open. The northernmost wall, as you approach, you see that these things are actually floating skulls.
Green flame skulls.
They are
I thought you
green
all
flame
died in
skulls.
Skullport.
They did not die in Skullport. At least not all of them. Anyway, yeah, that's what they all look like. And as you sort of encroach on their space, they all sort of like cluster in one corner of the room, these 3 skulls. And you sort of run down the hallway. Are you armed or no?
No, right now I'm just chasing them.
You're just chasing them? Yeah.
I'm always armed.
One of
my gauntlet.
the skulls screams. He says, "Halt! You are not meant to enter here. Stop, please.
Excuse me, have you seen a tall and bearded, rather perhaps crazy
Stop!
looking,
Please
elf
don't come
through
any
here?
closer to me. I will stop you. I will. Shh. Fuck.
Don't sound terribly confident in your ability to do that, so how about you just answer the question?
Make a persuasion check.
Louisa has just gotten right up close to them and is like holding up the magnifying glass.
Persuasion. 20.
Oh, shit. What was your request, Moynat?
Answer my question.
What was your question? Sorry.
Sorry, have you seen a tall, bearded, perhaps somewhat crazed-looking half-elf come through here recently?
The sort of skulls look at each other, the 3 of them, and they say, one of them says, no. No, we don't.
Bullshit check.
For it.
18.
They're not lying. Or at least the one that's talking to you isn't.
Alright, then I'll turn to one of them and say, what about you?
The other skull looks at the first skull. The skull just like nods, shakes its head no. The second goes, I mean, I did. Shit! Fawnin! I told you not to. I'm sorry, Gildra, but I can't tell a lie. That's what I was taught. I was taught not to tell a lie. Fawnin, you and I have to have a talk after this. I told you not to tell them shit. And next thing you know, you're telling them all about everybody, including, like, you know, the guy. What do you want
I
from
look
me?
back at the first skull and say, I understand your frustration. I have a friend just like him, but right now he's my help, so shush. And I go back to the one who's talking.
Hashtag sorry, Maeve.
Where is, speaking of which, where are Mikmick and Amnestria? There's like, they were left behind in your...
Standing in the doorway.
Just standing
make
there?
sure nothing's coming up behind them.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine. Okay, just making sure you guys are not left out of this particular affair.
Where did he go?
Don't... Fine, and I can't... I think I saw him going downstairs. But I mean, the forgetful one... he might have found him too. Oh, no, not definitely.
Forgetful one.
Yeah, the one who's always wandering around all over the place. You haven't bumped into him yet, then?
No, I haven't. How long has he been here?
Oh, he's been here for he's been longer than us, right, Fawnin? Gilderoy, shut your fucking mouth. Honestly, every single time some of these guys come in, it's either you blow them away with a fireball or you keep just yapping your mouth. The third skull, by the way, hasn't talked, hasn't said a word until this point. The third skull just goes,
Just gonna yell from down the hall. The forgetful one sounds like a name you'd come up with, why not?
Just
And Louisa turns around and just goes, yeah.
Is this you from a past life?
No, but I'm pretty sure I played dice with the guy on the end who just made the weird giggle.
It's very possible.
He's my buddy.
My worlds all interlink.
All intertwined.
Just FYI.
Look, we mean you no harm. We mean this place no harm. We just need to find that idiot with the beard and be on our way. So if you'd be so kind as to help us, we'll be out of your way.
Chances are you probably want to go ahead and talk to the forgetful one. He's just like, and like although the head has no hands to indicate with, it sort of does one of these things, and it gestures
with its flame.
It gestures with its head because it can't gesture with flames because that would be ridiculous, Mikmick. How could you gesture with flames?
That's where we
Thumbs
draw the
up.
line.
I draw the line at unreality there. The line must be drawn here. The head sort of like nudges itself towards the back wall.
Like behind him?
you.
Behind it.
Okay.
And, how exactly do we go that way?
Well, you gotta know the secret knock. God damn it, Gilderoy! Every single time. You wanna just tell him all the secrets of the entire universe? Why don't you tell him?
Do you know secrets of the entire universe?
Well, I think I did it one time, but I don't really remember very much anymore. Maybe it's because I didn't really do a whole lot of studying when I was around.
Huh. And the secret knock would be?
The skull known as Gilderoy looks over at the other skull known as Fanon. Fanon just goes,
You don't have hands.
Nah, it doesn't matter, sweetheart. Watch this. And it swivels towards the wall, and the back goes, I'm gonna do it on my can with its head. It goes, and then the other skull goes, and as it does so, the wall behind it opens.
Oop, Last Supper.
That seems convenient.
No, there's chairs on both sides.
And
Oh, that's true.
it shows to you a room that, let me make sure I've got the right room here. That is room 22, yes. Here we go. This room, make sure I've got that. There's just so many rooms in this place, people. You have no idea. There are torches in this room as well, just like in the room to the south. And the torches illuminate a dining table in the center of the room, and covering the table is a magnificent feast that fills the hall with the rich smells of cooked meat, sweet vegetables, piping hot gravy, and yes, Louisa, wine.
Ah! Is it magic?
You stick your fucking thing right next to your face, and the tears begin to well up in your eyes as you realize almost immediately that although the table is real, the torches, the feast, and the chairs are simply illusions.
The chairs, too? A single tear escapes. It's fake. Don't even try to sit in the chairs. The table's real for some reason.
And your forgetful one is back there?
Yeah, he's kind of, he sometimes he hangs out in here. It's his handiwork. But, you know, maybe if you check him out downstairs. Or thereabouts. Or, I mean, if you just keep on going to the back, that's why I see him hanging out in there, and sometimes just keep going back into the, yeah.
Is the forgetful one dangerous?
Its jaw hangs open. I mean, he can be, but I don't think he remembers very much more than nothing, to be perfectly honest. So, who knows?
To forget for one remembers nothing, then how is it going to help us find the bearded elf?
He may have seen him, and hopefully doesn't forget that he saw him. At least where he was recently, or maybe they're down to tea or some shit like that. I don't know. I'm trying to be as helpful as I can be, considering that you guys are probably going to destroy me, like all the other adventurers that come in here.
I mean, I have no intention to destroy you.
Do you know how many times I have been destroyed? Lady, I have been destroyed at least a dozen times in the last 3 months.
I understand your pain. I've died at least twice. It's quite unpleasant.
But no, every time I die, they pull me back in, and I just reform, and here I am again.
Well,
At least you're handling it well.
at least you've kept your head.
Well, if you
There's just like a dull glimmer of pain and hatred in its eyes as it looks at you, Amnestria. That's a really original one. That's good. I like that.
Who pulls you back, cranky head?
This is what I reform. This is what I am now.
I mean, you can be whatever you want to be, really.
No, I'm afraid that's not possible anymore, darling. This is the way I am for the rest of eternity.
You see Moynat's hand kind of trails up to her horns and she says, "Believe it or not, I can relate."
Question. Is the fire from the skull hut?
You put your hand towards it. You feel some semblance of warmth. Yeah.
I want to take out the winter hat I found and offer it to the floating skull.
You offer the hat to the floating which one of them? There's 3.
The one I've been talking to.
The one with the sort of snarky accent? Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's like,
Cranky one.
what's that for?
I mean, you could change your look. It might,
Change my look?
well, yes, I mean...
Change your outlook.
Yes, exactly. Sometimes just having a different outfit can really change someone's outlook.
Make a persuasion
Where I
check,
come from,
Amnestria.
it's
This I
old
want to see.
rage.
I want this to happen in the worst way, but I want this roll to go through. So I want you to
Can
will
I-
this
can I
roll.
give
Can you what?
Can I give her the help action?
What do you have?
Since-
Are you trained in persuasion, Louisa?
Probably not.
Let's see what happens. I get a 19.
She got a 19.
Absolutely
There you
not.
go.
Yeah, the skull looks at your hat and goes, I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world. It's gonna, mute my flames a teeny bit, but I think I can make do.
It's not about the flames on the outside, it's about the flames on the inside.
You hear that relatively silent skull go, and the
Reach over.
yeah, he sort of like gives you his flames are doused slightly, allowing you
just
to
gonna
place it on
put
his
the
skull.
hat on its head.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Well, is this one of these
Looks
like
great on you.
what does the hat look like? Remind me.
It's a hat I found when we were still when we actually visited Owlbreaker.
Oh,
I took it from the closet, so
Nice.
it's probably like a winter hat with like the ear flaps. and shit.
absolutely. Oh my god,
It's a Jane hat.
it's a Jane hat. Jesus, the skull of Jane.
A hero of chaos.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, the flaps go on over its ears. It's just it looks kind of cute now. It's weird. I feel like I should make a picture of it one day, but
Please do.
yeah. It's just a flame
Moynat is
skull with a
watching
winter
all
hat.
of this transpire and just kind of ever so slightly shaking her head from side to side.
Absolutely.
They've
Absolutely.
all gone insane.
Well, welcome to my life.
I was there already.
So
If you don't,
Fannin sort of comes around to your side. He goes, "Thank you ever so kindly for this wonderful hat. Gilderoy, Claude, let's go." And they sort of flip through the air.
If you see the forgetful one, tell him we're looking for him, I guess.
Oh, the elf. Not me, the other elf.
The half elf.
I don't know if we want him to know we're looking for him.
Oh, do we not?
Tell him we're not looking for him then.
Might be kind. Oh my god.
As you guys are arguing, the you just hear from out of earshot, like the flame skulls all sort of like arguing with one another. I thought she was real nice. I like that one with like the big magnifying glass. She looked like she knew what she was up to. Shut the fuck up, Gilderoy.
Louisa's charisma works on people of extremely low intelligence. Good to know. Yeah.
Door.
Door.
So
Go off
happy
down
to
the
get
broken
out.
balcony.
Door.
It's like the magnifying glass is the D&D version of a clipboard.
Damn straight.
Have it, everyone assumes you know what you're about, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I'm imagining like a D&D paper clip popping up.
Yes.
Can I help you with that?
Why not? This balcony,
Yeah.
made of black marble, overhangs the northwest corner of the main temple space. As you can see, the floor of which is 30 feet below because nearly half the whole balcony has fallen away. And obvious cracks have formed near its edge. There is no longer any railing at all. A rope tied to a grappling hook that you did not see when you were looking across hangs down ominously from the balcony.
I don't think I want to go down there.
In
At
fact,
least
you can
not
see it
from
right
this
here.
angle.
Look at there. Look at that.
Yeah.
Look at this map. Wow. That fucking amazing.
Should we check the other rooms back there before we go down there?
Yes. Oh well, too late. Louisa's out.
Sorry, I just
Um,
wanted to go out because, like, if she didn't see the grappling hook before,
mhm.
that means that they just missed whoever it was. So she's just
Correct.
trying to. Sorry, I've gone too far. She's basically just trying to like peek out to see if she can see the person.
Yeah, I mean, you look down onto the space below. You do not see anyone within your range of vision. And your enormous passive perception would certainly have indicated that that person was there.
Why on earth would anybody climb a broken balcony when they could just walk down the hall?
What if they climb down?
But again, stairs.
Well, yes, but you had the floating skulls. Very nice. That we're in
Unless
front of
it's
this
trapped.
door, and it was. Well, we didn't know that wall was there. Maybe this was the only way out.
There's a door of. Oh, I didn't mean to open that. There is a door over there.
There is indeed.
Though
So-
I do not feel particularly secure in the stability of the remains of this balcony.
And I can go first and see how steady it is. And obviously, like someone Matt, can you ping on the map where the grappling hook is?
Yeah, it's right here. If you take a look, you can see this sort of.
Right there.
If you look in, if
And
you
you can-
zoom in, enhance.
Oh.
I see.
And you can see the rope down here at the bottom.
Oh, sure enough. Sure enough. Okay.
You sure you should be the one up there? You're a little tippy right now.
Oh, I'm at my best, darling, when I'm tippy.
That means I do believe you are the lightest of foot of all of us.
True. Can't fly, but you know, it's like I can float a little bit. So Louisa's going to try to light foot across to
Okay.
this door.
Yep. You walk across the. I'm just gonna move Mikmick with you guys just over here. You walk over to the door. You hear the black marble sort of crunch underneath your feet a teeny bit, but doesn't, collapse or anything like that. And you walk over to the door, no problem.
Alright. She'll open it before she motions for everyone to come.
Okay. This room is a bare stone room consisting of a foyer to the east, like around here.
Mm-hmm.
And as you look, a shrine to the west. This one, however, as opposed to the one
Is
to the
intact.
east, does in fact have a intact, faceless obsidian statue standing in a raised alcove at the western end of the chamber. Slumped before the statue are 2 desiccated corpses in tattered garments. 2 pairs of alcoves line the north and south walls of the shrine.
So Louisa's going to stick her head back out the door, and she'll be like,
Please make a wisdom saving throw before you do so.
Oh dear.
okay. Wisdom saving throw 16.
Okay. 16? Perfect.
Mhm.
You can do as you will.
Does that does it trigger anything that she would know that she would need to warn anyone, or is it just
No, you just
pass it, don't even know?
you don't even know.
Okay, great. She will turn around and be like, step lightly, but there's bodies in here.
So, Mikmick
Alright.
will move. in.
I'll come
I'm
inside here.
waiting. I'm doing this one at a time because this thing is very crumbly looking.
Mhm, mhm.
Oh, technically it's 15 because of my stress point.
15? Okay. Then retract, redact, and
Oh,
retract.
sorry, everyone.
No, fair enough.
Yeah.
Everybody come on back. Please.
Right.
Back.
I think it was here.
Yeah, that's fine. When Louisa enters the room, Louisa, you're about to call out, and then all of a sudden you close your mouth. And you just feel drawn to this statue to the west. You feel like you must walk towards it. And you have to.
I must. So she'll walk towards it. Probably come at it at an angle to try to avoid the bodies.
Drunken one?
And you do not respond to anything.
Oh,
You simply stare directly at this statue as if this thing is the most important thing in your life.
Drunken one.
I don't know if she
Louisa.
hears us. Should we go
Sorry,
check on it?
that got through to Megan. She knows.
I will message her.
Mhm.
Are you all right?
No response.
Shit.
Did you say that aloud?
I say shit out loud, yes. And we know that Moynat does not swear often, but she's nervous now.
What's wrong?
She's not answering.
Okay,
Out loud
should one of
or
us-
in her head.
Should one of us go in there and check on her then?
Probably.
Do you want to draw straws? I mean, I can go. It's fine.
No, I'll stay here with the tiny one.
All right. To the room.
Okay.
Peek my head inside.
Make a
there.
wisdom
Okay.
saving throw when you enter this room.
I am terrible at those.
Oh, I
so
hope you're
let's
better
see
than
what
me. That's why I
happens.
let you
No,
go.
I have a -1.
Oh,
Jesus
God.
Christ.
Roll high.
I was assuming you'd be better than me.
Nope.
Oh, gosh.
Gosh.
As soon as you enter the room, Amnestria, you see this statue on the far western side of the room, and it's as if you are entering a space for the most important reason and with the most important devotion to anything that you've ever encountered in your life, and you must go towards this and
It's probably a bad
supplicate
idea,
yourself in front of it.
But I'd like to use my inspiration.
Go for it. Make your wisdom save again.
I can certainly try.
Boom!
Oh, thank you, Jesus.
Yeah, you feel like this thing is just pulling you towards it with some kind of force, and you break out of it. But you see down the hall that Louisa is on her knees, just stark staring, not responding, arms to her side, at the foot of this thing.
Just going to sort of stumble, be like, I don't come in here, please, for the love of... Yeah. And
All
I'm
right.
gonna go over to Louisa and try to snap her out of it.
Okay. How do you do so?
Louisa,
She doesn't respond.
I'm going to lightly shake her, I guess.
Jen?
Let me just check something. One minute.
Okay, they don't like this place.
Nope.
Question.
Yeah.
Is this a charm effect by any chance?
I'm going to check.
Okay.
It does not seem to say so. No.
Okay. All right. Then just checking something else.
It is not a charm.
It's not a charm, and I'm not frightened, right?
Correct. You are definitely not frightened.
Then I got nothing.
Just shaking her a little bit to help it all.
Shaking does nothing.
Louisa, I'll gently, tap her face with my gloved hand, then.
Tap, tap, tap. Nothing.
Louisa. Okay, I'm going to reach into my bag, and I'm going to splash some water on her face from my...
She's now
canteen.
wet. Congratulations.
Why not? We'll message Amnestria. What's going on?
I really don't know. She's frozen in front of this weird-ass statue.
What happens if you move the statue?
I don't know. I walked in and I suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to walk towards it, and I sort of snapped myself out of it.
Well,
I've
if the
tried...
statue is the problem, then break it.
That's easier said than done. I shoot arrows, I don't break things. Although, actually, wait, I'm gonna take out the damn fucking spine and it.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, I can get in there in Eldritch Blast if I pass my wisdom save.
So what are you doing, Amnestria?
Okay,
Sorry. You're doing what now?
I was going to... you know what? Before I do that, I'm going to take the remnants of my old tattered cloak and I'm going to just throw it over the statue.
Throw it over the statue?
Helps.
Okay.
Yes.
You take your cloak, you throw it over the statue, and Louisa, you come back.
Oh.
You don't remember anything of what happened in the last minute or two.
Louisa, I think we should go.
Going to
God,
message
have I
Amnestria.
gone
I
black
don't
out
hear
again?
breaking.
Did I black out again? It's time. Maybe. No, it's not time to cut back. It's not time.
No, we should go. We should. We're walking. Come on, we're
Alright.
walking.
Oh, yeah, we're walking.
Out the room.
Are we looking? No, we're just walking. All right.
No, I mean, I don't think they have anything of value, anyways. And anyway, we should leave.
Louisa,
All right, if you say so.
when you rise from your position on the
Mhm.
floor,
God, my knees hurt.
your knees hurt, sure. You note that there's a door that is clearly not a door, but a part of the wall to the north side of this room.
Wait, there's a door. Well, it's
This whole place is doors, Louisa.
no,
Since no one has answered me, I'm going into the room to see what the hell is going on.
All
Oh
right.
boy.
Make a wisdom saving throw. Oh, actually, you don't, because the thing is covered. You're fine.
Well, I see
Where-
everyone's fine.
Mikmick joins you, as does Clank. You see it
Which north?
right here.
There's something. It's here. Can you not see it? Is it because of the glass?
The what?
There's There's a passageway or something. There's. You can't see it?
I don't see anything
I
there.
see a wall.
Yeah, none of you but Louisa sees it.
And can you walk into the passageway?
She'll reach out and try to. Is it just. You just go through, or is it something to open?
There's nothing that seems to be open. You push your hand towards the wall, and your hand goes through the wall.
Can we see that?
You do.
See?
Put my own hand towards the wall then.
It goes through the wall.
Come on.
So this doesn't have a secret door, but I'm going to go ahead and move you. Those of you who want to be moved.
It's like I can't go through.
No, you can't.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Why not? We'll follow this madness.
Okay.
Secret passageway.
You are in a very small secret passageway now, and with a very clear door on the other side of it. This door has all kinds of strange sort of like scratches and scribbles, which indicate that whoever was pushing on it or pulling on it, maybe was pushing on it with some kind of a scratched object or something like that. You're not quite sure why, because you see sort of scratches all along the frame of the door. But I'm
Goose is
going,
gonna look
Is
at
it the
it.
same?
I'm going to make it unsecret now, so that in the case that you actually would like to open it.
We should. Yes,
I'll
of
fuck
course.
around. Open the door.
You open the door, and standing there, in a crazy-looking room decorated with ornate rugs, lush tapestries, and fine furniture, coated in a fine sheen of dust and cobwebs, and lit by candelabras sitting on small decorative tables, giving off a soft, eerie light, is a tall skeleton with parchment-thin skin barely stretching over their bones, dressed in rags, standing in the center of the room. Like so.
I can't see him yet.
Oh, hello. Friend, I guess.
He says, looking at you with gleaming red eyes, in a very hoarse voice, he says, do I know you?
I mean, not yet, but, you know, friends are just people you haven't met yet, really.
You might know some of us.
Very true, very true.
Are you the one they call the forgetful one? Maybe.
I don't know very well. If I am, I must have forgotten it.
I mean,
Why not? We'll gently nudge Amnestria from behind and say, "Can we please get out of this cramped corridor?"
yes, I'm going. Is it actually? Sorry, can I come in, please?
Of course, please. And he just gestures with a skeletal hand towards you. The four of you enter this room.
Capital. You have a very nice room.
Thank you. Sort of like goes over to his there's a small like leather chair. He goes over and you just hear like the cracking of bones and a cloud of dust that just emanates from his body as he sits down in this chair.
Are we the first people you've met in a while, or is it maybe another elf around, perhaps?
Not an elf, but a half-elf. Half-elf, yes. Recently interacted with a half-elf. One very, very uncanny intelligence. Quite a interesting conversation starter.
What did he say?
Strange, she seem to know me, or perhaps know someone like me. He addressed me as if he was familiar with me. He called me Exethantha. Or maybe Exethanta, I don't quite remember.
All right. Do you have a name you'd like to go by so we can talk with you?
He says, yes, I do, it's... I'm sure it'll come back to me. No, lost it.
What about this friend? Is friend fine?
It's a good place to start.
Great.
Moynot's kind of looking at what's on this desk back here while this guy's chatting.
Yeah, there is, let's see, what's in this room? Let's see what's in this room.
Seeing if she can get some kind of idea of what the hell this place actually is and who this guy was when he was alive, since he clearly doesn't know.
Yeah, let's see. Okay, you see a whole bunch of papers and, books scattered throughout the room. You don't see that just from first glance, perhaps maybe more intense investigation may yield further results, but there are some papers all throughout the room. You see strange markings and writings on several of them. Make an investigation check.
Right? 22.
Okay.
Nice.
You
I
see,
was not expecting that.
written on the paper are several words for some reason or another. First of all, you see the word, and you're not quite sure what the fuck this means. You see the word Shalx. Shalx. And then that word seems to be crossed out. Then there's another word underneath. It says Maverus. That one is then crossed out. The next one after that one, Harkotha, Harkotha. That one is crossed out. And then finally, Thangob, Thangob. Listen, man, I don't make these fucking words up. I just read them.
And that one is crossed out or no?
That one is not crossed out. For what reason have you come to this place?
Well, we're looking for the half-elf, actually.
Yes, I do remember that I had a recent interaction with a half-elf. You seem to possess a somewhat uncanny intelligence, and seemed to address me as if he was familiar with me. He called me Exethantha. Or was it Exethanta?
I seem to be caught in a loop here.
Nope,
What is it that you do?
lost it.
What is it that you do here?
I survive. I write. I read. He looks down at his hands for a second. He goes, I believe that's it.
What do you
Louisa's
write about? Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say Louisa's just casually glancing around with her.
Oh God,
her-
yeah, magical items. Yeah,
Yeah.
he's got magical items all over him. You're not quite sure what they are because they're probably inside of his voluminous cloak.
He's stacked, as we used to say, intimately.
Stacked? Oh, right.
She just
Is it-
kind of points at the magnifying glass.
Oh, all right. Do you like tea? Maybe.
Tea?
Yes, tea.
I don't particularly prefer it. I can't really taste anything anymore, or have the need for food or drink.
That is a shame. Is there something you do like that we can...
I don't know, but he starts tapping his fingers on the table. I feel like I'm missing something. I don't know what I'm missing, and I feel if I knew it. And he begins to sort of like claw at the wood on the table, and you see that just like his fingers, the skeletal bones are just like rending long lines in the table.
Dangob.
What? He turns to you, his red eyes hit you in the face with some kind of malicious look.
Dangob?
Where did you hear that word? Looks at you.
It just sort of came to me, but you seemed like someone who would know these things.
I don't know that word. I've never heard of it before.
Bullshit checking the skeleton.
Go for it.
19.
You feel like he's not lying, actually.
Yeah, it's true. He is a forgetful one. Okay, well, shit. Worth a try. Do you remember where you saw the half-elf?
I believe, perhaps down in the, where the, and oh, that's it! He snaps his fingers, and you hear like the crack of bones, and like a giant puff of bone dust appears off of his hands. Yes, by the sarcophagi downstairs.
That's not good.
And that's where we're gonna stop for tonight.
There.
He Red's back.
Oh, Red!
Right.
Did you catch
Red,
that?
yeah.
Did you catch it at the end there, Red?
Just.
Good. All right. Well, that's what you get, and you don't get upset. It has been 4 hours.
Yep.
Never.
Indeed.
All right, folks. Well, hey, we'll see what comes of this interaction with this rather intriguing and somewhat forgetful friend. I don't even want to know. I mean, there's all kinds of weird shit in here, but this one, Skeleton Man. I mean, none of you rolled an insight. Oh, sorry, a religion check or anything like that to find out what the heck he was. But
because I would do so well at that.
well, you never know. I mean,
I could have done that.
You could have. You should have.
I mean, I could probably still do that.
Oh, you know what?
I
I bet you Red would. Red, go ahead and roll your religion check. I will keep it.
Religion or...
Religion. 100% religion.
Let's
Okay.
go.
Why not? Give it a go.
Damn, dude!
Hey!
End of the night with a crit.
What
Nice.
freaking nat 20 is this session?
This is actually really good. Actually, this is poignant and believable, and I'm happy that you got that at 20. Mikmick, as you sort of come away from your daze that you've been in the last 20 minutes, because we haven't heard from you since you saw those darn flame skulls. You sort of like come to, like your eyes, like, and you look at this dude in the chair, sort of squelching out the remnants of whatever kind of horrendous clearly undead lifestyle. And you look at his retinue and his sort of way he's making a life here, and you're like, it all makes sense. Skeletal, undead, surrounded by books and spells. You're looking at a lich.
Yep.
Forgetful lich.
A forgetful lich. And that's a perfect place to end our session. For Meow. Hey, you made it through Strahd. You made it through a good portion of the Amber Temple, and you ended up here with this lich. So we'll see what happens. Come back in 2
Like you
weeks, like you do, and see what happens
Yes.
when you guys try to find the erstwhile, NPC of the month, flavor of the month, Shayla the half
Well,
elf.
does that mean next episode is going to be called The Lich?
I have to take a look through Tarot cards and see if there's a Lich card in there. But if there isn't, then hey, maybe I'll make one. I don't know. We'll see. I think there's one
Hey.
somewhat similar. Anywho, we're done for tonight. Thank you guys all for being here, either in chat here on Twitch, where you can find us here on Slices and Dices every Thursday and Friday, usually around 9:15 or thereabouts. But before we go into all of my rigmarole, let me toss it to the cast, because they're the most important people here. Without them, these shows do not happen. I can't do this shit by myself. Hell no, nor would I. Let's start over here. Let's go before my finger fuzzes out because of the fucking blur thing. My finger's fuzzing. Stop fuzzing. Finger, you're blurring again. Wait, finger. There we go. My finger. There. That's Sarah. Sarah, go ahead and tell us where people can find you on the internet.
And Matt says that he couldn't just sit here and talk to himself for 4 hours.
I can't. No, my voice would destroy me. I would just get destroyed.
I am Sarah. You can find me on Instagram and Reddit as Lovely Llama, also on our Discord, where I'm trying to be better about actually paying attention to it. Kind of doing okay. And you can find me here most Fridays and some Thursdays playing all kinds of playing games on Slices and Dices, and every other Thursday over at the Maids of Fate, playing Songs of Creation. So yeah, that's where I am.
Thanks, sir. Moving on down to Red Platinum. Where can people find you on the internet?
You can find me around the internet. I do have social medias on pretty much every social media, but I don't post on them. I just got them to say hi to one friend and then never went back to him, as it always happens. But you can most likely find me on our Discord, where I talk about a lot of things. So next week we've got the Star Wars 5e on Friday, and I'm going to be DMing that with Sarah. And Sarah?
Just me. Whole game. All
just,
me.
It's
cool.
just a one DM, one player kind of game. Star Wars, you know? Now, there are definitely others who are,
Yep.
I think some of whom are in
Who are
chat.
not in stream at the moment.
Some are in chat, some are not in stream, but I think a couple of them are in chat, but
Yep.
yeah, it should be
They
fun.
have been on the stream before.
Yes.
Some of them. I actually don't think
No, everyone
JF
has been
has.
on stream before.
No, JF Messin has definitely been on stream. As a player, in a game, no, but he's been in group check. He's been in group check
Yes.
twice now, so yeah. Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Super, thank you, Red. Moving on over to Maeve. Maeve, how was your night tonight? Did you have a lot of fun?
I did, yeah. I mean, I was a little worried we were all going to die several
Yep.
times.
My job.
But
That's
things
one
worked
for me.
out,
Yep.
right?
Yep. Things worked
I
out.
think worked out.
One for you.
Yep. Yeah, exactly.
Mhm.
Anywho, I'm Maeve. You can find me on Twitter and a couple other places at Maeve Climber. You can also find me tomorrow with Maids of Fates, because while you and Sarah are doing Songs of Creation, I will be in Artima tomorrow, and their new premiere that they're going to be doing.
Yes,
I'm
I love
excited.
Artima. Artima, the sort of naval themed homebrew campaign that they have going on over there at Maid's Fate, which I'm super
I'm
into.
so excited to be a part of it.
Amazing. I'm looking forward to knowing all about what you guys are going to be doing over there. So cool. And then finally, the most anti-vampire person I have ever been associated with in my life, Megan. Megan, where can people find you on the internet?
That's me. Hey, guess what, guys? I survived Strahd Part 1. So, yay. I'm thrilled. You can find me at Megan Lenapp on Instagram and in our Discord. And, yeah. Trusty scarf shall always be with me.
May the scarf be with you.
Pretty much.
Nice.
Never underestimate practical tools. So-
Listen, you. Sometimes you just need
Hey,
a.
you know what? I like a girl who knows where her scarf is.
It's true. It's true. It's not my towel, but
I was gonna say, like, where's your wubby?
That was the joke I was making.
yes,
good.
yes. Exactly. Also, shout out to Sarah for sending me lots of kitten pictures.
I did. I sent her
whenever
lots
I
of
was getting
animal
a
pictures.
little-
Listen,
Whenever I was getting a little squeamish.
you got through it, And that
Hey,
is what I expected. So
hey, thanks.
she didn't
Thanks,
run
friend.
into the other room crying, because then I would have felt horrible.
Every time I saw her making the face, I'm like, need cute cat photo, need cute cat photo.
Speaking of cute cat photos, if you decide that you may want to see more of these cute cat photos, join our Discord, because that's where all the cool, fucking amazing stuff happens. I almost wrote Dickcord. That would not certainly have worked out very well.
That is a completely different application.
Thank you.
And
Yeah.
How do you know that?
Oh,
I need to post this
I
picture
mean,
in our
I-
Sarah. There we go. That's a nice cat.
That
I
was
like
my
that cat.
cat.
Speaking of which, I love to push this. I don't know why, but I saw it on TikTok. Yes, I fucking look at TikTok. I don't actually use it like I'm on TikTok. I don't. But I look at it for the funny shit. And then I saw that there's a filter on TikTok. My mouth doesn't work too well. On TikTok, yeah, I'm from Boston. Where you can like put your cat picture or take a video of your cat, and then it sorts your cat into the Hogwarts house.
oh my god.
So make sure you.
I've
your
got
cat into
two
Hogwarts.
Hufflepuffs and a Slytherin. I know this already.
I am a fierce Hufflepuff. So, tis what it is. Hi everybody, I'm Matt. Like I said, I run things into the ground here. And I help to make this channel a fiery mess. So, thank you all for chilling out with us, and check us out on Twitch. Check us out on YouTube. If you're already watching us on YouTube, go ahead and hit that subscribe button, the like button, and the bell icon so you know when more videos are coming your way. Like Red said, we have Star Wars coming next Friday, next Thursday. However, we have, checking the schedule, we have... Call of Cthulhu. Yes, the triumphant return of Call of Cthulhu.
Oh yeah.
Which we haven't done in a couple of months, but I am super psyched to rejoin that world once again. Jonathan's an amazing keeper, and I am so psyched to come back into Children of Fear in 2023
Oh, yeah,
and
it's so
kick
good.
some ass and take some names and go insane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So more cool
Try
stuff
not to
coming
die
your
in
way.
a temple in a desert.
Yep. Down for that.
What could
More stuff.
possibly go wrong?
More stuff coming your way in February. I'm just going to run through very quickly what we've got coming up. Star Wars, of course. Alien RPG coming in February 9th, because all of January is pretty much taken up. And then Magi Nights on February 23rd. Punctuated by Ravenloft Demands of Dread every other week. And some occasional shenanigans and bullshittery going on. I may come back to Tiny Tina's Blade Runner is coming at the end of the month.
End of February.
End of February,
that's
we're having a
right.
session 0 so that we can kick it up in March with our first
Ah,
episode.
okay, that's right. I was trying to keep track.
Yes. So
Oh,
Blade
so
Runner
many
is
things.
coming. I have to get all my shit in order and stuff like that. But yes, we are having a couple of new faces on our Blade Runner RPG sessions. So, but more of that later. We're jumping multiple guns here, and I don't like to do that, especially if they do 1d6 damage. So, that's it for now. Have a wonderful weekend, folks. We'll see you all really soon. And remember, take care of each other, but don't forget to take care of yourselves. Love you all. Have a wonderful week. Bye.